defend their crops from the wildlife, they now come across this animal who doesn't understand them.
We have rangers whenever the communities, these animals go and destroy their crops like elephants and buffaloes, then we respond in a timely manner.
And we have actually dug trenches around the park. These trenches are 2 meters deep and 2 meters wide. And these trenches have been helping us a lot to deal with issues to do with human-wildlife conflicts, where we have animals that do not jump like buffaloes, like elephants. This somehow reduced on issues of human-wildlife conflict.
We have worked with partners to recruit, train, and equip volunteer community members, which we are calling community wildlife scouts. They now also bolster the efforts.
And in some areas, we have used the, what we call chili. This is a hot pepper. Once you mix it with the maybe sawdust and what have you, you burn it and what have you, it sends out very repugnant smell. And many animals run away from that kind of smell. When elephants get scared, when they hear the sound of bees. So when you align the boundary with the beehives and they are colonized, elephants will not go there.
Whenever they detect that there are bees in their neighborhood, they always try to avoid that area.
Locals surrounding these areas have further taken advantage of the methods used to control human-wildlife conflicts, especially beehives, to supplement on their domestic well-being.
Beekeeping doesn't only help in stopping elephants from going out of the park to the community, but also it helps people improve their lives.
I get honey from the hives, and then I add value from honey. I get wax, I get jelly and candle. I've managed to build a house. I've managed to take my child to the university.
In 1998, Uganda Wildlife Authority unveiled revenue sharing as another community conservation program packaged to support district local governments in extension of social services to the park's neighboring communities.
If you enter the park now, 20% of the gate entrance you pay there is separated. It goes to a revenue sharing account.
This is done through projects that are identified by them through a series of exchange meetings.
And according to the policy, there are the community members adjacent to the park that plan for that money. It is some sort of indirect compensation. So they plan for the activities that will benefit them, either economically or socially.
From revenue sharing, we are able to build this circle. And this circle now we are using it as a business. People are keeping their money within the circle. They are saving, then they are borrowing, so it is a business.
Revenue sharing has done enough for us. They tell the communities adjacent to the protected area to raise their projects, and they are given funds.
From 2004, Murchison Falls has given out money amounting to about 17 billion Uganda shillings.
These funds have partly contributed to Uganda's education achievements in both universal primary education and universal secondary education programs in nearly all communities bordering the national parks.
We have constructed a primary school, 2-classroom block at Harukungu Primary School in Harukungu Parish in Isango Sub-County.
We had the poor classrooms without cement, without windows, but now you have helped us in so many ways. You constructed us the 2 blocks with 4 classrooms. Many people have joined our school. Last year, we had 522 pupils. Now we are having 906 pupils in our school.
When we had no these permanent buildings, we used to go to church. At least when it is threatening to rain, we used to tell children that at least you can go home before it rains. But as we talk now, at least we have where to put them. As I talk now, we have children in boarding section. They sleep in this building that Lake Mburo gave us.
In this sub-county, there was no any secondary school which would make the learners access secondary education.
This school has impacted a lot of benefits to this other community. And the development was initiated by Uwa. Before government came in 2015, Uwa came in and constructed, there are 2 blocks here, and then staff quarter. And then latrine block was also constructed by Uwa.
You see, schools here are springing up. Karanga is becoming the best, even in education area, because the money goes from the revenues.
Local leaders in some hard-to-reach communities have preferred their revenue-sharing benefits to be channeled towards extension of essential health services at their health centers.
I have 3 parishes that neighbor Queen Elizabeth. That's Kayanja, that is within it is some sort of a sanctuary. I have Katolu, then Bukangara. So Kayanja being a sanctuary, that's where we have a health center. And being a hard-to-reach place, health officers trek long distance and they pass within the park.
Through the same arrangement of the revenue sharing, we have constructed a number of health units. At Kisenyi, for example, at Kayanja, and the community is very appreciative of that.
Some of this money has been used to put up the staff quarters for the health workers, like in Rambira, and also here in Rwabarata, there has been put a structure that is going to work as a maternity for the women.
One other program that we have done to support communities is the Healthy Center. That is Bugana Health Center 3. This is the only health center within that sub-county called Bulisa. It is a big health center. For the last almost 9 years, all the infrastructure, be it the wards, be it the accommodation for staff, all the structures, they have been constructed courtesy of money from Murchison Falls National Park to the neighboring communities.
But the facility has done great work for our people within this area, because those years back, these people could travel. They could move to Burisa, that is a center for in town, around the 20 kilometers from here.
By the fact that you brought for us this facility here, it has helped us a lot. Here they offer for us antenatal services, that is, they offer for us immunizations. They have outreaches. So far they've even introduced these medicines for even people who have AIDS. The health conditions, at least it has improved, because people have gotten the facility which they can reach at least in time.
Conservation sensitization and awareness has been a key instrument in maintaining a smooth relationship between Uganda Wildlife Authority and its neighbors, especially communities that border the national parks.
Uwa embraced community conservation, what we call community conservation, to provide a link between communities and Wildlife Authority in order to solicit for support from the communities.
We work closely with these communities. Around Queen Elizabeth, we have trained 172 wildlife scouts. For them, they live with the communities, and if an animal crosses to the community, if it's a simple animal, they are trained in animal behavior and they can chase those ones back.
And we have also radio talk shows. We have 3-4 radios, Karamaja FM and Radio Rupin in actually side. So we have all those radios that we share information. We make sure at least these communities realize that this park where they are seated on at least has a kickback.
There is now good relationship between park management and the community. Many people from the community were disturbing these animals, especially the poachers. They could kill the animals, but now the park management has come out. They have sensitized the people. They have taught them the importance of staying with these animals. They have taught people of the community how they can also benefit from the animals that stay or come to their land. So there is community tourism around. All that one is done by the park.
This program has been extended to learning institutions in the neighboring communities and has promoted education as a preserve for the future of wildlife conservation.
We go out to the schools and communities to educate them about the park, because they need to understand what makes the park, how they benefit from it, what examples does it give in relation to the livelihood out there?
The national park gives the schools, the neighboring schools, the free entry to study and touch and see physical animals and birds found in the national park.
Some of the wild animals I know are zebras, giraffes, hyenas, lions, and so more.
We take them to classes at the education center in Mwea, and we take them through detailed biology, detailed ecology, some detailed science, really for them to appreciate and feel what they studied in class is really being touched or felt directly.
And we also had exchange visits. We identified some other few guys to make sure at least they went to other areas where there is a conservation. They learn how the communities who are seated near the park are doing, how they are being involved in the management of these conflicts and the management of wildlife which are outside the community land.
Accessibility to the national parks has granted its neighboring communities opportune moments for resource use, and it has further provided employment opportunities to these communities.
We have a program of what we call resource access. There are certain areas where communities are allowed to pick certain resources which they can't get easily elsewhere. Things like firewood, especially in forested areas, things like herbs, many traditional medicine we know as communities. So some still know these are the things that actually treat certain diseases.
The primary beneficiary of these protected areas are the neighboring communities. So knowing that there are resources they want from the park, which they don't have, we go to them and they identify, inform us of what they want.
Tujjamu ensaka eziba zikutte ng'ensolo tezikyalabika, okugeza ng'obusaana, emiseese, obulemanjovu, egyo emiti naddala egy'amaggwa. Kati paaka neetangaala ensolo ne ziva mu bantu ne zidda mu paaka wakati. Ebyo ebiti bye tuba tuggyemu tuweebwa olukusa olw'okubifulumya wabweru ne tubyokyamu amanda oba okutundamu enku.
Uganda Wildlife Authority has further identified needs of the farming communities and has supported farmers with timely water supply during dry spells and also eased their access to markets for their agricultural produce.
One of the challenges community members have is access to water, both for domestic animals and for themselves in their homestead. So these dams have been put in place to help them.
Kuba ekitundu kyaffe tekirina nsulo. Tufuna kati ng'enkuba bwetonnye, kati bwe tusimira ddamu amazzi gano ne geekuŋŋaanyizaawo. Ekyeya bwe kitaba kinene tusobola okuwangaala n'amazzi ago okumala omwaka mulamba ne tulinda enkuba lw'eddamu okutonya.
Twali tulina akakubo akagenda mu kitundu kyaffe okunoonya emmere yaffe, naye kati paaka yajja n'olwaffe ne barugazuwa, kati emmotoka ne ziyitamu bulungi, kati ne zitwala amatooke ne tuyamu akasente k'okutuyamba ku maka gaffe. Amatooke gaali gengera munankani mu lusuku, kati twali tutuguza amatooke gengera mu lusuku, abaana baali bato basoma tubeerawo, naye kati kiri bulungi.
Lake Mburo National Park is the smallest national park in Uganda, regarded as a community national park, with almost all its wildlife staying on community land. Its communities have embraced their coexistence through formation of a conservancy to live with wildlife as a business.
This national park is more of a community national park whereby most of the wildlife stays on the community land, and the communities around Lake Mburo National Park have lived harmoniously with the wildlife. After several awareness programs from Uwa, then they decided to stay together, then form their association, which will help them to gain from this wildlife.
These national parks have supported a number of livelihood programs for women and youth groups, and these have improved on their standards of living in those communities.
We believe that when the community adjacent to the national park is really financially stable, or at least when the livelihoods are improved, it means that also the illegal activities to the national park will reduce.
We have quite a number of programs that we advance to the community youth groups, and in particular, Ramhuku Youth Beekeeping Community Group. We have supported it, we have lobbied with different stakeholders to support these groups in order to improve and get alternative sources of income so that they can coexist with the wildlife.
The park allowed us to put the beehives from the areas that were allocated to us by the park authorities, and the income that we get from the honey, we use it to boost our family incomes, to go to schools and advance in learning.
Then even they supported the group for women called Abesigana with the bulls. Even there is another one in Nyanga called the Nyanga Bull Fattening Group. So they were also given some support.
In addition to livelihood improvement, we also have resource users that do fishing on the lake.
Paka yatuyamba netuweereza amaato ga bwereere tetwagura tuvuba ebyennyanja tujjamu ne tutunda ebyennyanja ne tufuna sente zisobodde okusomesa abaana baffe, zisobodde okugula ebibanja, zisobodde okugyamu ebintu bingi.
Poaching has also been contained in some national parks through provision of alternative sources of income in some communities where these illegal activities have been dominant.
What we have done is that we have identified some of these poachers and we have engaged them to do livelihood projects.
Before he joined the group, he was a poacher, and actually they used to kill Nile buffalo and hippopotamus and some other small animals in the park. The way he stopped poaching, after this group was called in the park, the leader called him and started telling him, we want you to join the group because he was having a talent in this instrument. And if you are joining our group, you have to do what? To live with this illegal killing of animals in the game park.
We are targeting areas where poaching is very intense. We have trained them in making candles. We have a cedar program where we trained people in tailoring, motorcycle repair, craft making, and a lot of communities have benefited from all these interventions.
So we really engage ourselves in many developmental activities that we would want those communities to focus on rather than dwelling on the park resource.
These communities have been further equipped with relevant skills and others accommodated into performing groups to promote conservation awareness through music, dance and drama.
With the drama groups, they procured items that would help them in passing the message.
Alokidepo aninya bola etoria mukai aninge velinga etoria mukai ngi uria ini arangi. When we are performing, we must tell the people avoid land degradation, that is cutting trees, avoid wildfires, poaching should be avoided, because the more poaching we do, the more we decline our tourism potential.
By doing all these interventions, the impact has been huge, because at least we are now getting cases where communities themselves come and they report to us people who are illegally going inside the park to poach.
Through these activities, communities have used Uganda's national parks to resuscitate their deteriorating culture through their performances to the visitors.
And they have promoted also what we call cultural tourism. They are cultural dances.
From time to time, we have ever told the people to see how we can ensure culture matches with conservation. People get income when they buy one stick of yours, which is good from the conservation.
Some national parks have acted as walls of defense to cattle-keeping communities against constant attacks by both armed warriors and cattle rustlers along border districts.
We have deployed rangers along for human-wildlife conflict, and they also try to make sure they stop these cattle rustlers coming in.
If these cattle rustlers are passing in our protected areas, we usually respond, and at times we have recovered even cows, and handed them over to the authorities. So the aspect of security, we take it very serious to ensure that our tourists are secure in the protected areas, to ensure property is secure of the people that surround our neighboring communities, because we work hand in hand.
In 2019, Parliament of Uganda amended the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Act to strengthen Uganda Wildlife Authority's relationship with communities that have been grossly affected by wildlife. Compensation has brought hope among the affected communities and also widened wildlife leverage with communities surrounding Uganda's national parks.
Currently, it is in the law that we compensate loss of life, property. So we have tried to do everything possible to compensate for all wildlife, including outside protected areas. As Uganda Wildlife Authority, we have put interventions in place to minimize the conflict.
Through these activities, Uganda Wildlife Authority has managed to conserve, economically develop, and sustainably manage the wildlife and protected areas of Uganda in partnership with neighboring communities and other stakeholders for the benefit of the people of Uganda and the global community.
If you hunt, buy, sell, possess, or transport a protected animal species or any of its body parts, you could now face life in prison. You could also be fined up to 20 billion shillings. Before you break the law, think of the family you would leave behind.
We are very friendly people. We welcome everybody. We go to the local market, everybody will welcome you with a smile.
There's a feeling that I have that everywhere is so relaxed. That combined with the accessibility of the wildlife, you put the whole thing together, it's so easy.
Uganda lies at the extreme end of East Africa's grassland that joins with the West and the Central Africa's forest range. And therefore we have a mosaic of habitat that accommodates all these different species.
We have Africa's big five. We have the lions, we have the elephants, we have the leopards, we have the African rhino and the buffaloes.
However, Uganda has additional two. That's the gorilla and the chimpanzee.
And Uganda has 10 national parks with 12 wildlife reserves and 13 wildlife sanctuaries. Queen Elizabeth is one of the most visited, a home to 95 species of mammals, but also 612 species of birds do exist in this ecosystem.
The diversity and the range of wildlife is something really special.
The channel is a breeding area. We have preserved it purposely to allow fish have a chance of breeding. It is also a major drinking source. That's why we see elephants. An adult elephant is able to take more than 200 liters of water. I like my job. I like animal behavior. It's interacting with people. It keeps you a smile on your face.
I love ginger so much, given its source of the Nile. Then also the activities there, such as whitewater rafting.
My favorite place to be in is Murchison Falls. You go through and you get mesmerized.
Murchison Falls National Park is the largest park here in Uganda, and it's divided by the River Nile. There flows about 6,696 kilometers from the Pearl of Africa up to the Mediterranean Sea.
This is the Kanyantale chimpanzee community.
made up of 100 to 120 members living together.
For teams to be fully habituated, we need a period of roughly about 5 to 10 years, where they would be fully habituated, where you can come at a close contact with them.
When you track the chimpanzees, you get to understand them more, and you really know how they relate to one another, and you can even get to know that these chimpanzees are so close to humans.
We've been to Queen Elizabeth and the flatlands with beautiful animals, beautiful landscape. But most importantly are the people.
When you go to Karamoja, you look at their cultural dances. That's just one of the things I can tell you that you need to explore.
Beautiful culture, beautiful folklore.
When you go back the history of this lake, this back around 1300, people all over Africa have been coming here. Actually, the salt from here, we don't add any chemical in the salt. After scooping it from the salt plots, it's ready to be taken at home, pushed in chicken or fish to celebrate, because it contains over 84 mineral ingredients.
Eat our local food, eat our Rolex, you know. Yeah, that's when you feel Uganda.
What is a Rolex?
Oh, Rolex is our identity, I should say, a Ugandan food identity. It's a quick food, like a fast food. You can just grab and eat on your way as you are driving. Mixture of chapati and eggs with tomatoes, onions, you know, say very nice food. Yeah, you need to taste.
Uganda houses 54% of the remaining endangered mountain gorillas.
When we are living here and we are expecting to have a short hike and we end up having a long hike, I request that at the end of the day, don't blame me. Because I do not make arrangements with these animals. Instead, when we are hiking, we follow their movements until when we find them. Head of the family being Mark, we have Ndunguse, we have Rukundo, we have Shuti.
They move in families. They rarely abandon each other. Then also they are ready to protect their families.
To have a silverback walk in front of you at probably no more than 2 meters away. Now that is something absolutely special. So I can still get goose pimples thinking about that one.
It's an adventure of a lifetime. It's a highlight reel of all that is in Africa, that is rare, that is beautiful.
I'm just looking forward to the next time.
Wildlife is an essential part of our heritage and identity in Uganda, creating millions of jobs and billions in revenue. But criminals are driving our wild animals towards extinction, stealing from us all. Illegally trading and smuggling these products now carries serious jail time and fines. Helping criminals or taking a cut is also against the law. Report the illegal killing and trading of wild animals. Join our team against wildlife crime.
The world record has been broken by almost exactly 2 seconds. He's Joshua Cheptegei of Uganda. This is superb running.
I've shared my story with the world, with you, but you've only seen the half of it. Because to truly know and appreciate my story, you will have to see it for yourself. My home, my Uganda. From the breathtaking waterfalls of the Nile to every beautiful sunrise and sunset. From the amazing blankets of green to the priceless treasures that lie within. Along the way, I have met some unusual friends. The world-famous silverbacks. When I see them, I behold Uganda's treasures. So yes, you see me and celebrate Uganda. I assure you, there is a lot more in store. I have lived here for years, but even I am yet to see its full glory. Join me. Let's take on the Pearl of Africa together.
Our overland tracks are designed to handle any terrain. From Rocky Mountain passes to semi-arid locations. With comfortable seating and ample storage space, you will have everything you need for a pleasant and memorable journey. And if you're looking for more cozy and luxurious experience, our travel buses are the perfect choice. With plush seating, air conditioning, you'll travel in style and comfort. But if you really want to get up close and personal with the wildlife, our safari game drive vehicles are the way to go. From lions and elephants to giraffes and zebras, you'll have the opportunity to see some of the most iconic animals in Africa.
Observed annually every third Saturday of February, World Pangolin Day aims at raising awareness of this skilled mammal, whose population is not known but flagged as critically endangered by the International Union for Conservation of Nature. At Uwek Conservation Area, efforts to give another life to poached, rescued and hurt pangolins is always prioritized.
I'm Dr. Victor Msime. I'm a wildlife veterinarian working with Uganda Wildlife Authority, deployed at the Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center Conservation Area in Entebbe, also popularly known as Entebbe Zoo. Pangolins are those species that are highly endangered in Uganda, and this is mostly because of the illicit trade. People are dealing in pangolin parts, for example, the scales, and even sometimes the flesh. And they think that some of these parts actually have unique healing abilities, though there is no research that has actually confirmed that. And that is their biggest threat at the moment. UXCA, specifically at the hospital here, we receive pangolins a lot. And they come in quite a number of situations. Most of them actually come in when they are wounded, because these traffickers, because these smugglers, these poachers actually do not care about animal welfare. So they contain them in very, very, very small containers, and as a result, they get injuries. Some of them actually captured by wire snares, and I would say more than 50%, more than 60% of these pangolins are captured by wire snares, and the cutting action of the wire snares actually cuts into the flesh, sometimes up to the bone, and leaving them with very, very deep lacerations and wounds. And if these wounds are not managed, if they are not cleaned, disinfected, debrided, or even repaired, these animals risk getting into septicemic shock or even septicemia. Yeah, so at the moment we have 2 pangolins, a mother and a young one, that were brought from Makishon Falls by a team from Makishon Falls National Park Conservation Area. And one came in with an injury, with actually 2 injuries, one on the left hind limb and the other on the right hind limb. And these injuries can only be attributed to wire snares because the wounds were deep to the bone. As at the hospital, we've done the necessary medical and maybe surgical interventions to see that these animals survive. The young one was unharmed, but because of because of the nature of that altruistic bond with the mother, it stuck to the mother. That's how maybe the captors were able to pick both the mother and the young one. At the moment, the good progress we have is these pangolins on a certain diet of termites, a number of ants, and also complemented or supplemented with mealworms. And the response is really, really good. In the past, it has not been so easy. We've had to move around with these pangolins in the night to make sure that they feed around ant hills and places of the like. So at the moment, we have the mealworms, we have some termites, and we try to simulate that natural feeding behavior. And the response at the moment is very, very good. Most importantly, we would want to release these animals back to the natural wild where they actually belong. We would not want to hold on to them in captivity, but in the future we might actually have prospects. But at the moment, we want to do what is good by the animal and then give it a chance back in the natural wild.
My name is Philip Katavlau Kazan. I'm here on behalf of Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center. We are being hosted at St. Mary's College Kisubi, and together we have received more than 12 schools coming here to celebrate World Wildlife Day. As a country, we have a number of activities, subnational activities, and students' engagement is one of them. So today we have brought together a number of schools, secondary schools to be particular, targeting the central region to try and digest this theme, which is connecting people on the planet, exploring digital innovations in wildlife conservation.
When we talk about poaching, we are talking about illegal wildlife being multi-billion in dollars moreover. We are talking about bringing the syndicates of poachers, of dealers in wildlife trade, in wildlife products, both live and products.
Are connected to ICT, information, communication and technology. The question is, have you developed any other solutions that are away from the ICT? Thank you very much.
The angle we have taken this time is to bring experts in conservation, and these include, of course, UWEC ourselves, Uganda Wildlife Authority, Wildlife Conservation Society, Biodiversity for Resilience, Chimpanzee Trust, Conservation through Public Health, all being brought here together, courtesy of the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, to try and share space with the young people. In our mode of operation, we believe the young people, especially in this era, are critical in using technology and digital innovations. So the reason why we have this workshop is to bridge that gap. Many times solutions are developed and there is that gap between the developer and the user. We feel that by getting back to these young people, we will be able to inspire them and tap into their potential.
How do you clean here?
That is one of the questions clients that visit Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center for Conservation Education ask in a bid to know how keepers keep safe with the animals. At the snakes exhibit, Hannington Blim explains the 3 principles of safety.
We look at the 3 principles. Principle number 1 is the safety of the enclosure. The enclosure is where the animal is. If there are potholes like maybe openings, of course you cannot enter inside because the guy might be hidden somewhere. 2, we look at the standard operating procedures where we observe the contact distance. Even when you're standing together with him, but you live at distance, you're always not in intact. So with snakes or with animals, we have what we call a contact distance, and it varies with specific animals. Snakes prefer 2 meters from a human being to the snake. And once you exceed that, the snake will communicate. Some of them will hiss, some of them will spit out venom for spitting cobras. Number 3 is you are supposed to have 3 eyes, though you have 2. The first eye looks at the animal. The second eye looks at what are you doing inside. If you're cleaning, then clean. The third eye, the last eye, looks at escape route.
Three months back, Olga rescued a baby Egyptian goose that fell from the nest of its parents. Brought it to Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center for rehabilitation. This is Olga's and Weg's success story as they release the now 3 months bird back to its natural habitat.
Baby, let's go fly. Yes, look, we go fly. Baby, go fly today. It's such a great day today. Our little beautiful bird going to fly, going to be free. And I rescued this bird and grow during 1.5 months, and then management of zoo take care of him also about 2 months. That's why now he's so beautiful, so nice and good condition, and I'm so thankful for management to make this bird so beautiful and free today. Today we give freedom for beautiful Egyptian goose, which was grown first in my home and then in zoo here, and today he will be free.
How do you feel?
I feel very happy. I was waiting 2 months. I wish, yes, I will fly with him together.
Dear viewers, welcome to yet another show of The Ranger's Lens. My name is Diana Chibuka Nakaima, your host. Our topic today is climate change mitigation. But before we get into discussing the strategies that Uwa has put in place, we have Commissioner Biodiversity and Wildlife Management, Afande Makombo, taking us through the relationship between wildlife and climate change.
John Makombo is my name. I'm the Commissioner of Biodiversity Management. Wildlife and climate change. Wildlife, as far as wildlife is concerned, we have the plant and animal life. For animal life, of course, when there is a climate change, there are issues to do with the increased temperature, less rains, or the seasons change. And as such, when it comes to that, wildlife migrates. It will move from one place to another to look for water. For example, we used to have a lot of herds of elephants in Kidepo here all the time, all the seasons, meaning that climate change plays a very important role in the distribution of animals within an ecosystem. And you can also see that it is flooded for now, meaning actually the ecosystem is not absorbing all the water it's receiving at once. So as soon as it receives it, it releases all the water, and the water flows away. And that means that in the future, there will be no water within the ecosystem that's going to serve the ecosystem itself. As such, you will get a longer spell of dryness, and even the biodiversity, the trees, the plants are going to dry faster. In this case then, you get the more resilient plants which are going to exist in the park. And so they become invasive. And with the invasiveness of the plant, that does not provide good pasture for the animals. And so the ecosystem completely changes and it becomes unusable for the animals. And so the animals lose out and they move. Sometimes, because of climate change, you get ecosystems changing from savanna to woodland and then forests. And so even the animals themselves, because they live in different ecosystems, you have the savanna herbivores, you have the hunting carnivores in the savanna, but as they change, as the changes occur, from savanna to forest, the animals also change. You from more mainly herbivores to primates like the monkeys, the chimpanzees, the baboons, and the other primates in the wild. And so that's how actually climate change can impact.
We have heard from Afande Makombo. Uwa Executive Director, Dr. James Musinguzi, says that indeed Uwa is not exempted from the wrath of climate change effects. However, the good news is that the strategies are in place.
Thank you very much. As you can see, we are here at Depo River, which is a seasonal river, and it clearly shows you how the Uganda Wildlife Authority is actually hit hard by the effects of climate change. There are many other effects, including extreme dry conditions, where the grass dries up. So there are many effects of climate change, including the flooding, including drying of the grass, and many others that lead to challenges, and we have to address them as a Uganda Wildlife Authority. For example, we are sinking dams to make sure that our animals can be able to have enough water. It's very, very important because that touches directly the welfare of the animals. We are also building bridges. For example, we have been on a reconnaissance trip to see how we can put up dams and also see how to put up bridges so that we can be able to cross and be able to do our law enforcement, our patrols. Because in such a case, the enemy can use this as an excuse to be able to create havoc the other side because we cannot cross. So it's important that we put in place measures to mitigate against these effects of climate change. There are many other effects, and we must work hard as the Uganda Wildlife Authority. This is part of our general management planning process to be able to address these effects, because in the long run, they affect the animals, They affect the tourists that come to see the animals. And as we talk, tourism has been earmarked as sector number 2 among the ATMs, the 4 sectors that are going to propel Uganda's sector economy into the tenfold growth. Therefore, as tourism, we must make sure we put in place all the conditions to attract as many tourists as possible. We must introduce and diversify as much wildlife as possible so the tourist who comes is able to love Chidepo, to love other conservation areas. And so we are doing our best to address the effects of climate change.
We have heard from Afande Makombo and Uwa Tv. They were in Chidepo Valley National Park, one of the parks that is also greatly affected by climate change, especially during the dry season. Now right here in Lake Mburo National Park, which lies between the dry corridor of Ankole Masaka in western Uganda, it is also one of the parks that is also greatly affected during the dry seasons. On our show today, we have the chief warden of this park, whom we're going to discuss issues on how biodiversity here in Lake Mburo is affected by climate change, and then those strategies that are being put in place. Afande, welcome to the show. This is the Ranger's Lens, and the topic is climate change mitigation, adaptation, specifically for Lake Mburo. How are we affected by climate change?
Frederick Wanyama, the chief warden of Lake Mburo Conservation Area. Well, the topic today we said is climate change, and we know what climate change is all about. Of course, these are the shifts in temperatures and weather patterns within the Earth's surface. And Lake Mburo still has been affected by that. Weather patterns have changed. Of course, we know the temperatures are now rising, and when temperatures rise, of course, there's a lot of water loss from the soil. Evaporation takes place, and the soil becomes stressed. And this affects the wildlife here because now drought sets in. When drought sets in, then we have some of the animals dying. We have vegetation change due to high temperatures and different weather patterns. So we have less palatable grass within the park, and other species also come in which are not palatable to the wildlife, and these we call them problematic species. So when problematic species come in, the dispersal of animals changes. You find that animals move out of the protected area because of less grazing area. But now we are doing some intervention to curb that. To curb that, the water stress or water scarcity, we are coming up with the valley dams within the protected area, such that the animals water can be readily available to the wildlife. And also we are doing manipulation of the vegetation to remove the problematic species, because when problematic species are here, the ranging or grazing grounds of the wildlife decreases. So by us removing that, we increase the foraging for the wildlife. So we find wildlife coming back to the park.
Avande Wanyama, before we get into the details of how we do this, do we have the dry seasons throughout, or we have specific months where we feel the park is greatly affected in the seasons, the dry seasons?
Yeah, we have 2 dry seasons for Lake Mburo. The first dry season runs from around January to March. Then there's also another dry season that runs from around June to December.
Okay.
And during these are the non-dry seasons. But however, due to climatic change, these dry seasons tend to be prolonged.
Okay.
And when they are prolonged, that's when we have effects on wildlife.
Okay.
So when there's scarcity of water, we find animals are dying because
They
of
die.
lack of water. They move from the community coming back to the park, going towards the lake, but that distance affects them and they die. So we had to come up with interventions of putting
the very dams that you said
within the protected area to ease the water scarcity within the Lake Mburo landscape.
We have the park is close to the community, and we find at some point we have animals that also not the wild animals, but the domestic animals also now coming into the park. during the dry seasons? Is it experienced here?
Yeah,
We have the cows, you know, the sheep, the goats.
Yeah, due to prolonged drought and water scarcity,
Mm.
livestock sometimes outside the protected area fails to get water.
So
the pastoralists are forced to bring in their cows for watering.
illegally.
We have both illegally happening and also sometimes it's illegal. In the illegal ones, we give them ways.
Oh, there is some arrangement.
Yeah, there's some arrangement in prolonged dry season. We give them pathways where they can move with their animals and take them for watering. And this watering sometimes goes up to River Rizzi. They do the watering and they bring out the animals, and also they go to the lake.
Oh, so that is when they are guided. So those ones who bring in animals when they are not guided, that is illegal now.
So they're supposed to request,
Mm.
and we also know, this is real drought season, and we accept, and we give them the known ways where they're supposed to go.
How many valley dams do we have in Mburo?
Currently, we have 12 water dams in Mburo.
Are they enough?
Yeah, so far they are enough, depending on the wildlife population we have.
That we have, yeah.
Yeah, so far they are enough, only that continuously we have to be desilting them for them to properly hold enough water.
Desilt. Some words are technical. When you say desilt to a person listening to watching us there. Mm-hmm.
Okay, when we form valley dams, we make channels that bring in water.
Okay.
From rainwater. When it rains, like you see those channels, they bring in water. But as they are bringing in water,
these ones here.
Yeah, they bring in water. They come with some runoff of silt and and all that goes into into the dams. So at particular times, we have to desilt and remove that.
Okay, that excess soil that is not needed. Okay. Thank you, Chief, for being part of the Rangers Lens show. Dear viewers, you've heard from the Chief Warden and you've heard from the Commissioner, you've heard from the ED. Climate change is here with us. It is a reality. So it is everyone's responsibility to make sure that at least we take some action. In the wildlife space, we cannot let the animals die because of the prolonged seasons. And that's why you see there is this initiative of making sure that we have at least some water points in places where we can have the water being collected into these valley dams. Thank you very much. You've been very good viewers. I'm Diana Chibuka-Nakaima, your host, and on camera is Ronald. But of course, with other colleagues, we'll meet again next time in yet another episode of The Rangers Lens.
Uganda, a delightful place with its welcoming people, diverse cultures, an agreeable warm climate, majestic features, and wildlife. Over the years, Uganda has hosted a number of international conferences and events, including the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting CHOGM, the African Union Summit, the United Nations Solidarity Summit on Refugees, the Organization of Islamic Conference OIC, and the Papal Visit, among others. Visitors arrive into Uganda at Entebbe International Airport. The airport has been expanded to handle the growing number of passengers with flights to and from more than 14 destinations worldwide. A 4-lane dual-carriage expressway leads you right into the heart of Uganda, into the metropolitan city of Kampala. The National Referral Hospital at Mulago ensures availability of super specialized services. Uganda's hotels are now fully equipped to cater to the needs of every delegate on that all-important conference. the splendor, variety in the profusion of brilliant and verse life and scale awaits you. Uganda welcomes you.
Every waking day is a reminder just how beautiful this, our land, truly is. The kind of beauty that you can only find here. In the lush green all around us and the wondrous sights within. It's what you feel in the gentle caress of tropical wind from the mountaintops. And the glow in your heart from a warm neighborly invite. It's in the distinct aroma of our cooking to the taste of food that takes you on a journey. In the sound of homecoming and the sound of Mother Earth. In the magnificence we find on our travels and the exciting moments we experience. Ours is the kind of beauty that comes in all things big and small. All we have to do is awaken our senses and truly enjoy what's uniquely ours. Explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
When you stand in front of a tree born of gods, way older than many living things today, what might he say to you? You will understand when you get here. Most people don't want to be reminded that we are all animals, but it's hard to ignore how connected we are to the great apes. Welcome to Uganda, home to perhaps the most important chimpanzee conservation projects in the world. Here in the dense jungles of the country's national parks, dedicated conservationists are working tirelessly to protect these incredible creatures and their natural habitat.
Kivale has got approximately 1,450 chimpanzees, and whereas that might sound like a huge number, it's not a lot. The chimpanzees population around the world has been declining over the last 50 or 100 years. But through scientific research and hands-on conservation efforts, our experts are learning more about the behavior and needs. We are working day and night to protect their habitat from the many threats they face. From poaching to habitat destruction, chimpanzees face a range of threats that put their survival at risk. But through our conservation work, we are ensuring that these intelligent and social creatures continue to thrive for generations to come.
Perhaps the most important aspect of Uwa's chimpanzee project is our focus on working with local communities. By educating and empowering locals, conservationists are building a brighter future for both chimpanzees and the people in the region. And for those looking to witness the magic of chimpanzee conservation in action, Uganda offers the best opportunity for chimpanzee tracking and observation. By embarking on the chimpanzee trek, visitors can experience the thrill of seeing these incredible animals in their natural habitat, while supporting the conservation efforts that help us protect them.
It's the kind of show that's been rehearsed for 1,000 years. A chorus carried by a cast of wing performers on a stage way out of reach. But there's something else too. Something unexpected. You really need to see it. Right here, right now. Welcome to Uganda, home to one of the world's most incredible wildlife experiences. Here in the dense jungles of this East African country, visitors can embark on an unforgettable gorilla trek to observe these magnificent creatures in their natural habitat. More than half of the world's remaining mountain gorilla population lives here. It's an experience that stays with you, one that stays forever. And that's why there's nothing like it. Trekking through the dense jungle may include breaking a sweat, but with our experienced guides to lead the way, visitors can immerse themselves in the beauty and wonder of this wonderland. And when you finally reach the gorillas, the experience is truly unforgettable. So come feel the magic of Uganda's gorilla tracking safari. It's an adventure you'll never forget.
Welcome to the P.N. Upe Wildlife Reserve, a hidden gem in Uganda's safari scene that is the country's largest wildlife reserve. This reserve offers a truly unique experience for those looking to get off the beaten path and discover a wider, more untouched side of Africa. Here in P.N. Upe, you will find an incredible diversity of wildlife, and you'll have the chance to experience this wild magic in a more intimate and crowded setting. The magic of P.N. Upe extends far beyond its wildlife. The reserve is also a home to a vibrant local culture, with opportunities to learn about the traditions and customs of the Karamojong people. And with a range of safari options available, there is something for every type of traveler. Whether you're looking for a rugged, adventurous safari experience, or just stopping over on your way to the more popular Kidepo Valley National Park, come explore the magic of P.N. Upe Wildlife Reserve, a true hidden gem in Uganda's safari landscape.
most welcome to Chivale National Park, and here we do a number of activities including chimpanzee tracking, chimpanzee habituation experience, nature walks, and night walks. So, as our visitors, we want you to feel at home and enjoy the chimp tracking activity.
So because of this diversity of the habitat, it is also home to very many species of plants and animals.
There are many programs which we implement in the park under the Community Conservation Department, and one of them is addressing human-wildlife conflict. And there are various interventions which we have against human-wildlife conflict. One of them is excavating what we call the elephant deterrent trench, which is 6 feet wide by 6 feet deep. This one is very effective against elephants. When the elephants reach the trench, they don't actually cross, and therefore the farmers outside are able to grow crops and then harvest. But there are also other interventions like beehives, where we have bees, and these bees are also effective against elephants which would want to cross from the national park to the community to ride crops.
We have, of course, security and law enforcement, which ensures security of the staff, our property, the tourists and their property.
This is the only place in Uganda that is convenient for chimpanzee tracking. There are also, of course, other places where they can be tracked, but the ones of here are very, very popular, and tourists like coming to Kibale National Park. So I want to welcome all Ugandans, East Africans, and the international community.
Wild Reserve, a hidden gem in Uganda, is a sanctuary where the earth breathes freely. Nestled in the Karamoja region, this vast reserve stretches across an expanse of breathtaking landscapes, where the rolling hills meet endless savanna plains. Here, nature unfolds in all its untamed beauty, teeming with diverse wildlife.
Pian was gazetted in 1964 as a wildlife reserve with 2,042 square kilometers. It is located in the northeastern part of Uganda and in Karamoja in particular. Pian Hupe means the friendly enemies. Why? Because it comprises of 2 ethnic tribes. The Hupe are the Karamoja, about the Pokot, and then the Pian are the Karamojan. So the Pokot are the Kalenjin that came from the south, the eastern part of Kenya. And then the Pian at the Karamojong, which from here, all this belt up to Kitepo, of course. But this is the Pian, which is an ethnic tribe, sub-ethnic tribe of these people. However, Pian is being bordered by 4 provinces, I can say, or region. One, from the north is Moroto, or the Karamoja region. And then from the west, we have Bateso. South, we have the Bagisu and the Sabin. And then the east, we have the Pokot, who are the Hupe in particular.
This is the home of Africa's iconic wildlife, from what's left of the Big Five to the gentle gazelles and elusive cheetahs.
Animal species that we have here in Pian. We have the eland, of course, the biggest antelope. We have the Jackson Atterbeast. We have the roan antelope. This roan antelope is a special animal for this park here. So we only find it has a black and white stripe on the forefront, and we only find it's only found here in this park, not any other park in Uganda. We only find them here. And of course, also we have the cheetah. Pian here is also well renowned because of cheetah, and then the leopard. However, the bird species, we have over 600, about 600 different species of birds. This includes the most endemic one, the fox's weaver, the Karamoja apalis, which are not found in any other park, but we only find them here, and Kidepo. Rather to say along Karamoja belt, as you are driving from here to Moroto to Kidepo, you will find this special bird called Karamoja apalis. But the fox's weaver, we only find them here. And then, of course, fox kestrel, also we do find them here. Not forgetting the biggest bird, that's the ostrich, which we also do have them here. What activity do we carry out here? We do the game drive, we do the nature walk, we do the bird watching activity, and then the community cultural tourism, where we go and see these cultures. I mean, this Karamojong, how they portray their culture, what kind of dance do they have, what sort of accommodation do they have, and food that they eat. Besides that, we also do have the hiking activity. You can see that on the eastern part, we have the Kadam Mountain, which is about 3,600 meters above sea level. Besides, and then also this mountain you see in the park here is alongside Ahina Hill is where we are now, and then Napedet Cave, where we shall definitely be in for it tomorrow. Or we do the hiking safaris also along that place. Come to 2016, when I just come here, the turn-up of visitors was still low. And I'm happy with you, the journalists, that really took trouble in that year 2016 when I came up here. So we market up the place. After marketing, the visitors turn-up started shooting up, and now average in a month we can receive about 50 and above, something of the kind. And the revenue collection has also improved because of the turn-up of visitors. There is the encroachment by the neighboring communities, that is the Karamojong and the Pokot. And of course the raising of cows by the 2 ethnic tribes, because there is no in-access way whereby these people can take their cows. So the only avenue for their cows to benefit is to sneak into the park. And our management, with the support from the law enforcement unit, we always really evacuate these people. We always go and chase them away from the park, because we have ever sensitized them and says, look, this is the place where the tourist comes in, they give us the revenue, and then 20% of the revenue collected from the visitors, these visitors are taken to you for social services like schools, hospital, and then roads. Now, besides, much as they are understanding the value of conservation, and which is a challenge, much as they are understanding the value of conservation, they are still coming in, which is still, I know, gradually, as we teach them, as we sensitize them, they are going to stop that. However, there's a partner which has come in, I'm not yet so sure, I'm not yet so sure about it, but that's the space for giant, which are coming up. They are supporting us so much in the conservation part of it. Like they said, yes, when they start up, they are coming to fence up the park, which I'm not yet so sure. With the electric fence, what is done in Queen, they also bring it up here. Already the guy or the team are already here, but when are they starting the work is not yet known. But hopefully if they come, things will stop. Why to me really I'm happy for this place, or I'm promoting this place to be a national park, is that one, the security, the disarmament has already been done. Is no longer, the security threat is no more. Whereby maybe, yes, you can receive the visitors from the airport and then say, where can I take it to pier? And then the first thing that comes into your mind is insecurity. But now it's no more. There's freedom of movement. Two, the road is being worked on. And as you came, you see them how the turkeys have worked on the road, which means that's already a promotion of the tourism activity in the park. The time I came, I just said the time I came in 2016, we had only 3 rooms. So 3 rooms now, we have expanded it more 6 rooms. That's the round antelope nest, which we saw it when you came in. That were the rooms which is checked on. Already we have rooms that can accommodate about 15 people plus, which means there's still more of accommodation is catered for. Just only confirm it a national park, things are at a gear. Problem animal, and this problem animal always goes to the community. And what do they go? Majorly the leopard, cheetah, they go to look for this community, the goals of the community. And then sometimes the community who are bad-hearted, who are not friendly, they tend to kill up these animals. And then some of them who are friendly and who knows the value of conservation, they call us and said, yes, we have seen your animal here, come and get them. Yeah, actually we can, it's not all that very common cases, but like this time where people are cultivating crops, so when the crops are nearly rising, growing up, flowering, and then putting maize has grown up, so this eland and then the Jackson Attabis also go and destroy up these crops. That's when now we sell, which means it's a seasonal problem animal for the eland and then the round antelope, Jackson Attabis. But the leopard and the cheetah, it's not actually is a continuous process. We always tell them, no, we don't have compensation policy because it's not provided for. It is to be passed by the parliament, and then parliament bring it to Uwa sent it to us and says, okay, if the animal eats your crops or kills somebody, this is the terms and conditions of payment.
For centuries, the Karamojong have roamed these plains, closely tied to the rhythms of the land.
Of late, okay, from the last 3 years, I can say 2022, we received 850 towards that year, and 2023, we received 1,200. So we have seen the number increasing, and equally the revenue which we are getting also increasing. Another tourist flow that comes to Kedope are the sport hunters. These people come for sport hunting, specific wildlife species, and they pay money to the government. These are the high-paying tourists that we receive here. A wildlife haven, and people who came here by the city state provide very good memoirs about the wildlife numbers, and even in terms of pictures, even in terms of the censuses, the numbers were really more. But as you are aware, when there were a lot of these overthrows, actually from the 70s, the wildlife
numbers were down. Why? Government was, actually the game department could not manage these places, and then it reached the climax in during the overthrow of Amin, when the guns went to the local people, and in the process, they really wiped all the wildlife there. Some of the animals actually disappeared completely, like the giraffes disappeared. They were all killed because this place became unmanageable. The guns were in local people's hands, and life was not easy here. It was almost like a failed state until when the NRM came up to bring some peace and order and brought some disarmament. So the numbers of the wildlife increasing. So when you are conserving, protecting resources that people want to use, even illegally, definitely challenges are bound to come. So some of the most pressing challenges we are seeing is poaching. You know, these areas are surrounded by very poor communities, and to them, they see this wildlife and feel that it should be really big because it's the only source of protein. So poaching is one of the challenges. We also have seen the encroachment coming in this area, just because most of the local people look at it like it's land which is wasted, and then it's better to cultivate. So we have those challenges of encroachment. We have challenges of human-wildlife conflict. The wildlife numbers have increased to some extent, and these animals go out and do a lot of havoc. The buffaloes go to Kenya and eat people's maize and other crops. The hyenas go here and kill people's cows. So those are some of the challenges. We also have containment areas. There are people who settle in some part of the reserve, and we have government has given us authority to contain them as they are looking for alternatives. We have issues of invasive species. Because of climate change, we have seen this area getting covered by Lantana camara, Dicrocessus cinerea, and all these are occupying or curtailing the normal grass. Some of them you find the trees have grown and they are destroying the grass, which the herbivores want to eat. So invasive species is one of them. And we have issues of climate change. Climate change is real. It's also impacting on these protected areas. So we are seeing some of the time it becomes hot, that like in the Feb, I think it was the hottest we recorded, and because of the heat, some of the areas became too dry, and the fires come in. We are doing sensitization with communities here to make sure that they protect their cows. You know, we realize that cows which are protected, the hyenas and the leopards don't predate on them. But when you leave your cows outside roaming, so we are sensitizing communities to make sure that they protect and create kraals for the animals so that they are able to be protected from the hyenas. Yes. Even we all need to grow from a child to an adult, maybe to an old one. So definitely it's upgrade to a national park will attract in more money, more funding, because the grade, it's like if you're a first grader, you get more attention. If you're a second grader, you get. So upgrading it will call in for more funding and better and effective management. Because funding has been our problem, and when we promote it, and also upgrading it will make sure that we manage it effectively to be able so that they can produce, the ecosystem can produce the goods and services which are very important for which these areas have been gazetted for. This area is being there is a study to see the exceptional resource values and then partition them into blocks to allow for high-end tourist development. Actually, next month there will be 3 big companies. I can't remember the name, but one of them is the Great Plains, and other 2 that are coming to see the potential. This is still a virgin area. This is still a virgin area, so for potential tourists to come. And what we only need is, for us, we are part of Uwa, and we pick in from the strategic plan of Uwa, and we are seeing us leading even in mountaineering. Once we start, it's a product which has not been there, but because of this mountain, we are going to develop mountaineering. We are seeing also, when you look at the birds of Pianuke, and we have about over 400, which again, we want to confirm. There is a study which is, there are guys who are coming on the class this year to confirm the bird number so that we can market that category. We have spot hunting. This is one of the areas where we do professional spot hunting.
As populations have grown and resources stretched thin, human-wildlife conflict has become an increasingly significant challenge. As human settlements expand and agriculture encroaches on wildlife corridors, the peaceful coexistence between humans and wildlife is often disrupted. The Karamojong people face challenges as elephants raid crops, wildcats attack livestock, and other wildlife sometimes wander too close to human settlements. Uganda Wildlife Authority works with the Karamojong and other local communities, helping to implement strategies to reduce conflicts. From building stronger fences and setting up early warning systems to establishing compensation programs for lost livestock.
Guys, you are welcome to this village. This is Lomoronyangai village, where we have brought up the people. You guys and the community there, you are seeing, these are the people who perform the cultural dance, and they are truly dressed up in the low traditional wear of the Karamoja, and it exactly portrays the culture. This is something which is an inheritance from the time immemorial from their ancestral grandchildren. So they always do this cultural dance, and these ones also attracted the tourism activities. One of our main tourism activity, besides game drive, nature walk, and then bird watching. We also bring you people here to enjoy up your cultural background in memory, or this cultural ethnic group, and then compare to you. And it's sort of a comparative study. When you come up here, compare with your village cultural dance, and then
also in the cultural dance there, that's where boys start selecting girls, the one they feel like to love. They find them from the cultural dance there. We have just come to Lokoreto village, locally called Manyata. So we want to see the setup in one village, what they call families, and they put it surrounding the kraal. The kraal is a collective place where all the cows of these villages will be kept. But at the moment, they have shifted it to the bush. So what we are checking here is the way the they stay in the evening, the way they reside, the way they eat after they have cooked their meals. So the owners have gone to the garden. We are just seeing one of the sample of the family in Karamoja. While we are standing in the evening after cooking, this is where they gather. Grandmother, father, the grandchildren, they all collect in the group and they eat together here. And if there is no any late cultural dancing, children go and play. Children go and play with the rest of the children, but the grandmother will remain with one of the young ones to educate how the setup of the Karamojong is in by ancestral settings.
We have the manyatas around us. You are looking around. These manyatas here, these are the accommodation where they are residing from. They sleep inside and then they cook also from that place there.
The houses you see, the father and the mother will be residing in one. Any elder daughter that gets married, will not be put out here. It's only a boy, if he brings a girl from outside, is the one that can build it in the compound of the father and the mother. And what you see is a semi-store. When they are harvesting food in the garden, they all keep the food in this store. After drying it, they take to the granary. All the cows of this family, plus the rest of the families you see, they all keep in one place in the kraal in the middle. Why they keep in the middle? For security purposes. All the families you see are to guard those cows in the middle. The huts you are seeing, it's only built by women. Women start by groups. Like if you have a friend, like 2, 3, you can go and cut the poles. After cutting the poles, you go and start cutting grass. And the day of putting the poles, after thatching, it's only the women who do the work. For us men, our work is to go for shepherding the cows, watering the cows. There is no man who has ever touched this hut, the one you are seeing. It's only women who build this, and your work is to enter. In the culture of Karamojong, why women do that? It's because they are highly paid. You can marry somebody's daughter with 60 cows. So you know you have already brought somebody who can do for you the whole work. And it's also in the instinct of ladies that the neighbor might abuse you that you have not constructed for a man's house. Moreover, they have paid you.
So this is the day that we have come to Queen Elizabeth National Park, not to do the usual things like a normal game drive or a bird watching, or a nature walk. Today we have come to do the experiential game drive. This is where they have told us, I don't know yet, they have told us that we're going to be in contact with the biggest and fierce of the animals in the wilderness, and these are the big cats, the leopards, the lions. We are going to see them in action. I don't know what I'm going to see, but I'm excited. My name is Namale Agnes, and this is Uganda Navy.
Good morning, everybody. Once again, my name is Nyadu Stephen. I coordinate tourism activities in Queen Elizabeth National Park. We have reached our first destinational place, that is Kasenyi Gate. And this is where we are going to begin our day activity of game drive. We have 2 categories of game drive. We have the day game drive, and then we have the night game drive. Night game drive is ideal, like I told you yesterday, mostly for the nocturnal animals and the birds. Right now we are going for a peculiar activity which is called experiential tourism. Experiential tourism is where you are allowed to go off track and look for these predators wherever they are. It's a key activity, very nice activity, unless you are a very unlucky person, but we have about 100% of sighting these cats. But if you're unlucky, on an unlucky day, you may get 95% or even 0%, because when these animals go into the water, this truck will not be able to be there unless we use a boat to follow them. But when you're on a truck, we may not be able to reach there. So I welcome you to be part of us in locating these animals, in seeing everything, and you have come to make us known. And please, this is the opportunity Hangi has brought you to take over. Hangi, please, over to you.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Kasenyi. This morning, we are going to do a tourism activity. And like I said yesterday, we'll have quite a number of other activities. But for now, this is a premium product. Yesterday, I said that not everyone really does experiential tourism. It is very expensive. But it's for those who really look for the best. In the wild, you can never have a sure deal, right? But with experiential, you have very high chances of sighting what you want. Here we're going to do largely predators, lions and leopards. I strongly believe that all of us will be able to see. And if we are lucky, maybe you may find enjoying breakfast. How many of you have seen a lion having breakfast? You see, so if we are lucky, we may come across these lions when they're having breakfast. The most important thing is discipline. Listen to the guides, what they tell you. Please, 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 please. Listen to the guides, what they tell you. When they say, please lower your voices, do so. When they allow you to take pictures, take. But make use of your cameras, really. Enjoy your time, and I wish you all the best.
Queen Elizabeth National Park was gazetted as the national park way back in 1952. And it was named Kazinga National Park. Then in 1953, the Queen of England, by then the Princess Elizabeth, was coming to visit Uganda. Upon reaching Kenya, she got good and bad news. So the bad news was that the parents have died, and the good news was that she's being called back to be coronated the Queen. Then she called off her trip to Uganda, went back, then she was coronated the Queen and came back to Uganda the following year. So for us, we are blessed to have received her as a queen instead of a princess. So when she visited Uganda, specifically she visited this place, because we have a place called the Queen's Pavilion, where she had a meeting with the King of Ankole, the King of Toro, and the King of Bunyoro. Then, upon her return, it was decided that this park, in her commemoration to visiting Uganda, should be renamed from Kazinga to Queen Elizabeth after her. So since 1952, this park retained the name, in 1954, Queen Elizabeth National Park. Then in 1975, when the late Idi Amin took power, she changed the name from Queen Elizabeth National Park now to Rwenzori Mountains National Park.
Nakatambladde wali
raised from the same family, but what you can tell right now here is there is a danger ahead, because among these lions there is no leader, and there will be a big fight among them, and then they will split because they are brothers currently now, but since there is no leader among them, they are going to fight, because you see the way they are struggling for this food. That tells there will be disintegration, and then the pride will split.
So when we talk about thrilling adventures, today I have experienced one of the most engaging and thrilling adventures. I have experienced a lion kill. A lion has killed a little waterbuck in front of us, and as you can see, they are still enjoying the meal, and the experience is still breathtaking. They are quite a number, and they are still trying to get a piece of this little animal. This is what we mean by experiential tourism. When you come to Queen Elizabeth National Park, this is one of the experiences you shouldn't miss. My name is Namal Agnes, and you're still watching Uganda Never.
Again, we are in Kasenyi Plains, where we have what we call the short grassland savanna, which is a habitat that favors the prey. And where there is a prey, that's where you expect the predators. So we are here for experiential tourism, and the genesis of experiential tourism in Queen Elizabeth National Park has been the efforts of researchers who were in position to study the ecology of lions in Africa. And way back in 80s and early 90s, there was a viral infection that claimed the lives of lions in Tanzania. And as researchers, they will always have connections, which triggered other researchers in other countries where lions were in the national parks also to take concern. And when the lions in Queen Elizabeth National Parks and other national parks in Uganda were tested, and as far as their samples were taken is concerned, they realized we didn't have that virus. But it became a big need to monitor the population of the cats. As you know, lions and leopards are among the big five we consider the ecological values towards the survival of the rest of the animals within the habitat. So their unique role is to check the population of the carrying capacity of the land and as far as grazers are concerned. So their role is to make sure that the weak animals, the sick animals, and the unproductive animals are wiped out of the ecosystem. And there must be the effectiveness of the law of the jungle, which is survival for the fittest. So as researchers saw it very important to monitor them, that's when the component of collaring them came in existence. So a collar is normally given to a lion or a leopard to monitor how it moves, how it feeds, and even how the population can be studied, because in behavior they are territorial. So we came to realize that the fact that Queen Elizabeth National Park is a man and biosphere reserve, these fishing enclaves were here before the park was gazetted as the national park. And development is coming on board to make sure that people cannot only survive on fishing, but rather to go for other activities. We've realized that a challenge is raising within these communities as people use an excuse that let's raise cows, let's raise sheep, let's raise goats to earn a living. So as these lions are collared, it's a mitigation to see how best they can be monitored against the wild animals they are rearing. And it is helping us in monitoring because they are wearing satellite collars that you can monitor even if you are in a distance, because they are satellite monitored. And the component of experiential is to make sure that when a visitor comes and looks for these cats, he goes with the researchers. The researcher's intention is to monitor, but at the same time, we want that visitor who comes to pay the $10, etc. on the fee to make sure that that money goes to compensate the communities in case lions cause havoc to their livestock, which has equally reduced and became a mitigation strategy for the conflict. And now that our Wildlife Act caters for compensation with this experiential tourism, which has been working before the compensation, I am sure we are going to achieve the best in as far as maintaining the abundance of these cats within the habitats. Otherwise, you've seen that leopard in the acactus tree, and that acactus is known to be called Euphorbia acandelabrum. It's the behavior of the lions and the leopards that they can climb, and that's why Queen Elizabeth National Park remains a unique national park than any other national park, whereby you can spot at lions not on the ground, but rather also find them in the trees that are around their habitat. So we urge everybody to come and visit Queen Elizabeth National Park, because indeed it is the medley of wonders because of these unique attractions. It's not like any other national park that we have in the country. We are a biosphere. People stay with the wild animals. So you look at the intervention strategies of how best you can save what you have. Because as one of the managers said, the best intervention would be fencing off the communities, because that's where the conflict is originating from. But to me, collaring, as you may say that as the lion wears the collar, it doesn't look good. To conservationists who know the ecological values of the cats all over Africa, collaring for monitoring and maintaining the densities and abundance of cats has no bad, disadvantages, because an ecosystem without cats is the worst ecosystem. It becomes dirty. Nothing controls the population. And if we have known we have a challenge, for example, poisoning, and we are losing them, why can't we put a strategy to make sure that the few that we have are monitored and we see them increase? So to me, much as there may be disadvantages, but that's the best option of how best we can maintain the numbers and monitor them to make sure that they continue performing their ecological values.
Radio.
But we really need to appreciate. You will see the interventions we put in place to ensure that the communities also benefit. I've talked of the $10, but you will go to Hamkunga and you will see the structures that we put up for the communities. You will see the mitigation measures. And we have 11 fishing villages which are inside the park. Now, they undertake activities, most of which lately are not palatable with wildlife conservation. When you're talking about protecting animals, increasing the animal numbers, one of the key things we have to do is to protect the integrity of the habitat. And therefore, protecting the integrity of the habitat becomes very hard, if not impossible, because we have people who are allowed to stay with you as you do your conservation work. Like Stephen rightly said, now if you have a situation where you have lions which are hungry and someone has goats, what do you expect? Now you've seen that cob, you see where it is, or somewhere there, quite a distance. By the time this lion reaches that cob, the cob will be very far, right? Meaning that the lion will have to run so many kilometers to get something to eat. What about someone who has goats there nearby? It will become an easy target for the lion. Soft target for the lion will go for the goats. And the next day someone is going to say, well, the lion ate my goats, I'll kill the lions as well. Yeah.
So I have just come back from this amazing game drive, not a game drive, an experiential drive. I've experienced this thing and I don't know what to say because I'm short for words right now. However, we've had an amazing ranger guide with us and he has been, very resourceful. I still want to know, what has been your experience like? Is this new or is this something you see every day?
It has been amazing every day in nature, but when you come in Queen Elizabeth National Park, especially when you're coming to do experiential tourism, that is the epic of getting closer to the wild, especially lions and leopards in their vicinity, and you learn their behavior, you see how they socialize, you see how they hunt together, and you see how they share the kill. So it is always amazing every day. And what is so interesting that in nature every day is different.
So when did you decide to tap into experiential tourism? Because people have been coming to this park and doing game drives and hitting a dead end, going on a wild goose chase and not finding these cats, these big cats of the jungle. But when did you decide to start this experiential tourism and why wasn't it there before?
Well, Queen Elizabeth National Park with experiential, it is purposely targeting leopards and lions. but we have lions in Queen Elizabeth National Park. But it came as a result of an intervention of how best we wanted to find out how many lions we had, and you could not simply go to count 1, 2, 3 numbers without looking for technology of how you can come to the numbers. And collar link is one technology where a satellite collar is given to a lion, and you monitor how it moves, how it feeds, and how it mates, which tells you the number of lions we have in Queen Elizabeth National Park. So on a normal game drive, you can drive as you're looking for other animals like warthogs, waterbugs, elephants, but at times by luck you find lions. But with experiential tourism, you are 100% sure that you'll not miss, because you'll be with experts who have got radio collars, and they'll be in position to track for you, and you drive off-road. That makes a difference to make sure that you find a pride of lions and probably leopards.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Daniel has been very resourceful on this drive with us. I've learned so many things about how actually lions are so much like us human beings. This has been Uganda Navia. Thank you for following us. My name is Namale Agnes. Until next time.
Eno ye Uganda Navia.
Daddy, teacher told us that there are big consequences for anyone found guilty of illegally killing, buying, or selling any wild animals or their body parts, including meat.
My daughter,
yes?
I don't think the law can punish a father trying to provide for his family.
But Daddy, do you know that the wildlife crimes can cost you life imprisonment, a fine of 20 billion shillings
What?
or both?
Don't worry, I will not get
Daddy, think of our family. Please don't take the risk. My brothers, sisters and I will suffer without you.
Do not get stranded on the wrong side of the fence. All wild animals in Uganda are protected under the Ugandan law. This message is brought to you by Wild Aid and Uganda Wildlife Authority.
In football, we rely on every player in a team to win.
Just as we all rely on wildlife for our well-being.
We all have to play our role in preventing wildlife crime.
So please, don't stay on the bench.
Report the illegal killing and trading of wild animals.
Join our team against wildlife crime.
At the heart of Total Energy's Tilenga project lies the long-term commitment to sustainably develop Uganda's energy resources while adhering to robust environmental management practices and policies in the project's operational areas. Cognizant of the challenges associated with the exploration of natural resources, Total Energies EP Uganda is dedicated to managing the environmental impacts of all its operations in accordance with the mitigation hierarchy principle of avoidance, minimization, restoration, and offsetting.
For the Tilenga project, the environment team is the custodian of all environmental compliance aspects of the project. We ensure that we manage and assist the project in getting the relevant approvals and permits to do projects. So we carry out assessments that we look at, and people call the environment and social impact assessments. And what these ones do is we get the baseline conditions of the area using a number of specialists. We take up all this information, get project alternatives on what's supposed to be done, and we follow a very rigorous process for us to have an assessment that indeed shows that the project is viable in the place that has been set, and then it is later sent to NEMA and other lead agencies, and we get an approval for it.
Tilenga project, we've had quite a long history. NEMA participated through environment and the social impact assessment. We supervised in terms of environment, the exploration phase, which I must say was very successful. And we are looking forward towards first oil. We are regulating from the environment perspective all activities of the project to ensure that there is conformity to best environment standards, to ensure there is compliance with conditions of approval of environment and social impacts.
So the controls we put in place have made it easier for us to, one, work together with the Wildlife Authority in the park, with the local governments, that's the district local governments for Bulisa and Moya, and then Hoima now for the feeder pipeline, and Chikube.
As Uganda Wildlife Authority, we ensure that we monitor the implementation of the mitigation measures. We have worked with Total and also PAU to ensure that the land take is minimized through ensuring that all camps, workers' camps, are located outside the park. We ensure that the access roads are minimized. We ensure that the area taken by the well pads is also minimized. So we do compliance monitoring together with other stakeholders to ensure that our ecosystem is well protected and we safeguard our wildlife. In terms of ensuring that the behavior of animals is not so much affected, we have ensured that we limit the number of people entering the park to work on oil activities. So in terms of vehicles, we have encouraged the oil companies to have group transport.
We have quite a robust legal and regulatory framework. As a sector, we worked with other stakeholders to make sure that the National Environment Act is amended to include aspects of oil and gas. We also developed and also amended some of the environment regulations to make sure that all activities comply with the regulatory framework.
The project implementer now, so far they have taken care of the environment. Every waste which is generated into the project is well managed. The project has always tried to make sure that whenever they are doing the activities, is a dust suppression. They have always have the water bowsers on the ground.
In 2024, Total Energies EP Uganda was recognized by the National Environment Management Authority for the great work done as far as sustainability is concerned. We have provided more understanding on how the project runs and which environmental aspects are supposed to be looked out for.
Everyone is optimistic that we shall be a world example of how oil and gas can be extracted in an environmentally sensitive area without damaging the area. That's why we've been cautious all the way, right from the exploration phase.
Welcome, traveler, to the adventure of a lifetime. Rare, beautiful, and precious. Embrace the unique, unforgettable, and extraordinary. Come and explore Uganda, the pearl of Africa.
The things are heavy.
Tata Sandra, what are you doing?
Mama Sandra, can't you see I'm busy loading merchandise on the pickup?
My husband, this business is illegal.
What do you
mean? These are just old animal skins and bones. How illegal is that?
Well, transporting or selling any wild animal part is a crime. It's no joking matter.
You are such a coward.
No, the new wildlife law means you can be sentenced to life imprisonment, a 20 billion shillings fine, or both at once. Yes.
Do not get stranded on the wrong side of the fence. All wild animals in Uganda are protected under the Ugandan law. This message is brought to you by Wild 8 and Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Let's learn about waste and waste management. Waste means anything we throw away and get rid of that has been regarded as useless. Waste is divided into commercial waste, and this mainly comes from shops, offices, schools, to mention but a few. We have domestic waste. This comes from homes and it includes food waste, glasses, papers, plastics, and many others. Thirdly, we have industrial waste. For example, metals, tins, and some chemicals. We cannot forget to mention hospital waste, where we have mainly needles, syringes, cotton, gauze, and many other medical waste. Do you know the basic 3 R's solution to waste management? These are recycle, where trash is transformed into a new product. Reuse, where you use something more than once. And 3, refuse. This means you reject generating more waste by making use of what you can easily and effectively manage. You should think carefully about whether what you are buying is something you really want, and say no when you don't need it. Waste has strong effects on our lives as human beings, animals, and the environment in general. It's important that you join in this struggle for freeing up waste from our surroundings by practicing the 3 R's. Be in charge of your waste and be a scout to one another. Don't allow littering. Use the available dustbins.
Mm-hmm.
Ouye, ouye, lele, mama. Ouye, ouye, lele.
We have a lot of work on our desks. You give me that time to come and you're doing this process. Just respect yourself.
I'm not going. I'm not going. Wait,
ekintu kye twazeeko njagala tukanye bannange njagala tutegeeragane newe munalwana nemwekwata amatayi muyusa si mugenda okweronda abantu abagenda okweronda be bano ate twateesezza leero ne tugamba nti tetwagala kudda mu bumyufu tweteesewo twesa tugambe nti tuteekeyo kati bozze naye ebadde yaliyo ebadde yaliyo kati twagala kulaba omuntu gwe tuteesako era sina sayidi but ekintu kyemukoze ekibadde kikyamu okwekwata amataali jogo weyita mpologoma leero tugenda kulonda omuntu omu agenda tukwatira fulaga yaffe ku kifo kino tumukanyeeko Tumuyiseewo mugombolola zino. And remember, it's an order from above. Right now, njagala okuwelcominga Jogo Mpologoma atuwe views. Oh, come!
Chairman, neyanziza okumpa omukisa guno.
Yes, sir.
Ate nate okuddamu okusaba omukisa nfune kaadi etukikiira mugomola. Sigenda kulandaga nnyo kuba empologoma teyogera nnyo. Empologoma ekola fenna tuli ku kyalo kuno tuli balunzi. Ani atalina nti? Ani atalina nti? Kakati wetwanga tuli balunzi emyaka ena egiyise gavumenti yagenda netujjaaka negamba mbuba protectinga byabulamu bya mu nsiko. Njagala okubabuuza ebyobulamu eby'omu nsiko bisinga ebyaffe ffe abantu. Ebisolo by'omu nsiko banange bisinga ebisolo byawaka. Bwembeera n'emikolo twatuseeko ekisolo ky'omu nsiko nekigabula ku mikolo naye tubeera n'emikolo emika. Chairman, sigenda genda maaso naye emyaka ena ginagwerako mbakakasa ndi redde okuvaako. Nze mu myaka 2 ente zaffe zibe nga zitandise okuddayo muki zitaye. Naye nze nindika ekintu kimu olunaku lumu nga ffenna nga mwenna mumpadde kaadi eno kaadi ya Jogo.
Kakati ate njagala nyanirize Eric ache engo Eric w'omusimba.
Nze gye obulamu bwange gye okukula gye buva ne gye bwenkana kyemmanyi ebintu by'omu nsiko bye tuyita wildlife tebiyiikirizangako omuntu yabiyiikiriza. Yategezaako okugamba ani yali aguzeeko ettaka n'atasangawo omuddo oba muti tugusangawo ne tugutemawo omuti fe tuzimbewo ennyumba. Njagala mbuulire ekibuga mu nsingi ya Munyazimungu eno awatali kibira wadde kinnafuuka kibuga. Nze njagala mbuulire omuntu bwe yasimba ennimiro nga teyasooka kutemawo omuddo. Human activity yeyingirira wildlife. Abayigiriza naye we fail to appreciate nti wildlife yatusooka okuubira ddala mu ntandikwa nga Katonda ateekawo ensi eno yasooka kutonda bitonde ebirala n'asembyayo omunnanfuusi omuntu amasomero tugamu eddwaliro erisisenta twali kukaki erisisenta yaffe yafuuka erisisenta fo yafuuka erisisenta sente ezo mulowooza zavaawa. Mwalaba wano pulezidenti ngajja nga tukola revenue sharing n'abawa sente n'atuwa sente ezaava mu kitongole kya Wildlife Authority, esente ezaava mu bulambuzi. Obulambuzi obwaleetebwa ensolo tetusobola kuddira nte netutandika ozirankinga netusiba amata netusiba fensi. Lwaki tulasinga ku zero grazing? Lwaki tulowooza nti ente zirina liira mu paaka zigende zonoone paaka? Ente waliyo kyetuyita invasive species ebimera nga wobitwala mu nsiko bigenda kwonoona obutonde bitandika okusaanyawo ebitonde bituufu nga n'ebisolo ebyo bibirya birwala. Ente bwenajja eno efudde mu community egende n'ebintu biziganidde mu magulu zeekutte mboya zituuke bimere. Olabe ekibira kyaffe nga kyonooneka nga paaka egwawo invasive species zigimalawo emiti gisingibweko bwe kiti ente zammwe zemujja mu community. Bwe muwa omusajja oyo kaadi n'agenda n'ayukirira ebintu ewa pulezidenti, simanyi kitundu kino kinaabeera mu mbeera ki. Teri pulezidenti gwemanyi mu nsi eno Uganda asobola okukkiriza egundu wildlife to be destroyed. twetaaga ekintu kimu amoonya siidi between wildlife and humanity. We need wildlife to exist because tufuna sente za tourism zijja neziyamba ekitundu kyange mbagambye ebyange kirije buli munyima bulu oba mumumpe naye nemukanyima nja kusigala nga nwanirira obutonde. I will fight for wildlife until the end. No change. No change. No change. No change. No change.
Mbona huyu?
Waswa.
Anza kusacha huko pole. Anza kusacha. Security, no. Take security. Take in charge of security. Ndio afande. Ta ngoi. Take in charge of security. Ndio afande. Kimbele mbele hii. Toka mbele hii.
Mwana tusema kutusonyiwa.
Asanywa. Toa. Nani mwenye mkati? Dongo hii ana. Unajua mwenye dongo hii? Aje mwisho muungano. Kulia. Now, keep quiet. Keep quiet. On humanitarian grounds, tell us the reason why you're encroaching here. One reason. Tell us before we handcuff you.
Tuwade tulima kufuna chakulia. Tulina mere waka.
Gawa. Tena huyu, rudi hapa. Hapa nasikia huko. Unafikiri kuna mama yako? Rudi utoe mkono. Unaona sasa? Pandisha juu.
Waswa!
Pita hapa. Wende. Unalia nini? Waswa. Hey! Kachi. Tojambia kwake. Tojambia. Ndio yeye Waswa.
Afande temutwala.
Bantwala watu antaza.
Temutwala afande. Wachi batwale muzi.
I'm going to handcuff both of you.
Afande bananga. What's bagena kunziba kumpingu.
Mimi nafunga nyinyi yote. Kwa nini ulikimbia?
Wande tusabie tisonyi sebo.
Weka mkono. Mimi nataka kufunga huyu kwanza.
Nimewacha bibi yako.
Weka mkono.
Weka mkono.
Leta.
Harakisha. In church you vowed very well that you will never leave each other. Now you've run away from her. Pole huko.
Nani alituma nyinyi?
Chairman, yose no.
Aya,
bisenga ebintu bisobaganyemu ko kati.
Naye chairman, nkubuzeeko. Okimanyi nti kuyingira mu park. Obo menyeteeka.
Afande.
Okimanyi
obutwogera namwe oyo takimanyi.
Bantu bange muli bakyama. Mukoze ensobi. Nedda. Namwe mulimbamu. Abantu bajja ne batusomesa. Bajja ne batusomesa ngije tuyinza okukomamu ekintu kino. Musomosi gumuse 2 3 nga batugamba ebintu bino. Nemba kubiriza nti banange eyo muveeyo tulimira abafunda. Naye nga tewajja kutulugunya ki. Mutonde bwansi. Batuuze bange mukoze ensobi. Mukimanyi bulungi bwe tulimira munda mu paaka tuba tulina ebintu ebirala bye tutulugunya. Tulina ebintu bye tumalako emirembe ensolo n'obutonde bwansi bwennyini tuba tukola ki tubuzikiriza ekyalo omusana gwaka naye mmwe kakati mulaba ensobi gye tuliko.
Kakati chairman soko otuule katugenda kukola bwetuti
Uyo mujiga
sawa zizi tugenda kukola bwetuti bw'oba okimanyi nti wano okujja wano guba musango ng'olimiramu mu paaka ate paaka yeyamba okuleeta enkuba eri ewamwe ekirala abalala tubakkiriza ne mukyawa enku abalala tubakkiriza ne mujjemu ebyennyanja ne mubirya
njogera nabo
ekirala sente ze tubateekamu ziba nnyingi buli mwaka kati bwe muba mutandise kulimiramu muno kitegeeza nti omulimo ne sente ze mubadde mufuna neki byonna bijja kukola ki bijja kufa kati n'olwekyo mbadde ŋŋamba bwe nti bano tusalewo mulundi gumu tubabonereze
abalala bajarabirako
owulirize abalala
banarabirako
twagala kubabonereza twagala kubabonereza bwe tuti ewamwe mulina bulungi bwansi
tubumulina
oluguudo luli ndulabamu bulijjo olufu bagende balugogole awo tujja kubanga tukoze eki tubasonye n'ekirala twagala tubaleetera omusomo twongere okubasomesa tubabangule bafune engeri gye basobola kukolera ku ttaka erifunda
batuuze
balifunda bafune sente basomesa abaana bumve mu bino by'ekisiru by'okugenda mu paaka n'ensolo esobola kukutirayo
abatuuze lwaki temunkubira ku ngalo
kati kyamaani genda okunganya abantu tukole olukiiko abano tubakuleetere tusalewo kimu kye bagenda kukola
abananga batasibiddwa mu nkubira engalo mukirabye bannange nabagamba najja kubalwanira
kyamaani tokola kampeni wano kati genda abantu bwe tubakuleetere
oyo yagenze dda yagenze mu zi interviews
interview yazingambako ebintu ebyo ante atambulidde okumala ebbanga nze byantama n'okuntama avuda emyaka emeka bukyamuvuka amala kusoma tafuna mulimu
ajja kufuna gwe lwaki oggwamu essuubi bwotyo baba baba tokyankyaye baba
olimu emikisa
emikisa kulikayo
linda
kugambe tata wate akabumbuza
nenda sooka nkubuulire nti gye nfunye omulimu ekitongole bakiyita Uganda Wildlife Authority Tata ngenda kufuuka ranger. Kino kyengenda okugamba kimanyi kigenda kumenya omutima. Era simanyi we bagenda kifuna abalala naye taata nkusaba okuyigga okuveeko.
Ofuguma ki? Ofuguma ki?
Taata.
Ebbanga lyonna lye mmaze nga njigga kukusomesa ne mbatawo bano mbasomesa.
Taata bwetubeerawo mu bulamu tetugenda beera mu mbeera y'emu lubeerera nti nogundi ebintu bikyuka. Edda abantu ebintu bizze bibaawo kati ng'edda abantu ng'omuntu wafa ku kyalo waliyo atambula ebigere agende. Ne kati twaddako omuntu omukubira kasimu kitegeeza ki nti ensi egenda ekula. Kati taata tetugenda kuyigga paka kati nfunye omulimu nze bannyina ze ngenda bawerera ate ndo mugenda soma. Nze neewaddeyo buli kasente ke nnaafunanga maama nja kuleetanga nkugulire ennyama mu bbuki olye. Ennyama y'omu nsiko tugiveeko egulwaza taata ebyo ebintu biveeko kati we banaakwata ne bakusiba taata ku myaka gyo kati bakusibe. Erabayo taata kati nze nfunye omulimu ngenda kutandika okukola. Lwaki? Kubanga olw'ebisolo ebyo ebiri mu nsiko singa tebibaddeewo tebandimpadde mulimu taata. Ate nandigufunyeewa kuba waba tewali kisolo lwaki mba nfuna omulimu. Waba tewali motoka ate driver aba yeetagisa ki. Kati nfunye omulimu kubanga waliwo ebisolo ebyo ebyokukuuma. Taata ekitongole kiri kigabira abantu bangi emirimu. Abantu bangi mu Uganda baliwo kubanga ebisolo webiri mu nsiko. Waliwo abantu abali mu tourism mu byobulambuzi nga balina tour companies. Nga balina tour companies naye nga alina abakozi bangi. Waliyo ba driver nga bavuga emmotoka. Waliyo abantu ababeera eyo mu paaka nga basitula busituzi migugu gy'abalambuzi. Waliyo bano ababeeraawo nga bagaidinga batuwa guides bali awo. Waliyo ab'amawoteeri ng'omuntu yazimbawo woteeri ye naye ng'abalambuzi lwe wajja afuna ssente. Waliyo bano ab'emmotoka ezibeera ku airport ezipiikinga abalambuzi ne bajja. Taata egyo gyonna mirimu giweegiri kubanga ebisolo weebiri.
Byogedde nduuli naye onkakasa otya ku gino emirimu gye basiba bagoba abantu enkya n'eggulo nti tojja kola enaku bwezi tibakugobe. Abaana bano sente meka ezigenda kuvamu ogwo omulimu gw'ogamba ezigenda okuweerera ono omwana ziwerere ne batendo bano.
Taata newe nnaaba nfuna emitwalo 6 oba 5 taata nze nja kubanga nzireeta waka.
Tosooka kulowooza ku kyakugoba mwana ng'agenze.
Okiwulira ye lwaki tulowooleza era ebinango byabyo ebyo nti oba nina taata wange akola ki agira kati mba nina mugaso ki. Taata twetaaga tukyuse endowooza zaffe tuve mu ndowooza eri ey'edda okulowooza nti ebisolo biri eyo mu nsiko byakuyigga bizi. Taata ebyo byadda byaggwako dda byaggwako. Ebisolo nabyo birina they have their rights. Birina nabyo byagala obulamu. Kati we tubireka nga tetubiyigga ne byemultiplyinga. Kakati taata bwe ngenda nenkuuma bulungi ensolo nga zikuumibwa bulungi tebaziyigga zijja kwekubisaamu ziwere. We ziwere emirimu gyeyongera ojja kwesanga nga nenkeera ttendo afunye omulimu ng'amaze okusoma. Iye ng'agufunye kuba ate kati nze wennyingirayo anti kati nze wennyingirayo nja kubeera ngamba taata wange tomanya nsobola okukola wekubo bwenzi. Naye taata nkwegayiridde nsuubiza taata va mu
kale kati ebintu ebyo byetukozesa ebyo tugenda bikola kubanga nze ebintu bwembirabako biba biŋŋamba genda okole genda oyige
naye nze mbadde nsaba tugende ku ofiisi ya wano eya Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Ate ngende abasajja banjigedda.
Wulira taata tusobola okugenda n'obiwaayo n'ogamba ndeese nze mbadde muyizi naye ndeese ebintu bino
ng'agenze naawe kubanga naawe omanye emisango gy'alinayo.
Ndeese ebintu mbivuddemu sikyasobola kuyigga mbivuddemu neewaddeyo taata tebakusiba kasita weewaayo obulungi tebakusiba ng'ogamba nga waliwo ebigurupu bye bagamba ebyaba reform reporters babeera ne projects ze babawa nga beekeeping ne balunda enjuki ne bajjamu omubisi ne batunda ne balunda embuzi ne babawa embuzi ku kyalo ne balunda ebintu bwe bityo bwerere ne bajja ne babawa ng'oba ensigo z'emmwanyi ne bagamba lima
tukole ekyo kubanga era nange mbadde ntambulire mu katyabaga luli akagabisi kata kanjire kata kanfumite
osobola nosanga omusirikale nakubira essasi mu kibi
kituufu lwakuba bali akagundi kaabwe waliwo oli yali ankubye kano akasaale wali yali ankuba akasaale
baani agambe nti babeera na busaale bakwata mundu nga balina amasasi gonna balina n'ebbomu
So mnafanya nini?
Siku ya leo nakwenda huko kutafuta
kuni. Nani amekubali nyinyi kukuja hapa kwa
kubwa kabisa?
Mumepita wapi?
Tunakwenda huko
Mlikuwa mnafanya nini hapa?
Kwenda kufanya kwa kuni.
Mumetoka kwa outpost gani yenye mapatia kadi?
Kwa Chikolongo.
Mmetoka Chikolongo? Kadi iko wapi?
Iko huko.
So resource user. Kumbe wanaita we nani?
Mimi.
Ni bakwetoa hiyo.
Kijom. Kijom.
Bamweta James.
Kijom.
Kijom. Kandi we ni bakwetoa? Muhakanezi. Muhakanezi? Okay. Ni Goma baragani? Ni Goma baragani. So enkwezi mwasenya zira? Abantu genda kutema kuli ruguru kuli obuti.
obu kanda abagambe enku
anti nizenku nizo ngenda kusenya nono
okay kale kante kateke ngu timukugenda kuhiga bisoro
ije byapande tutukubikola bisa ngenda kusenya enku
nimujja kusenya enku kale ne baruha nikwe kugamba kale Bonka mtakwata bisoro bya bana.
Ebi afande.
Thank you so much afande.
Twende, sisi twende. Sijefahamu hawa. Naonekana watu wako na vitu vingine. Wanaweza kuwa wako na mkiki na vitu vingine na waya. Simama. Kachini. Tovia. So imu abantu abagambire ngo nimusenyenku. Tovia. Yamwe nkaito. Imu abantu abagambire ngo nimusenyenku. Atenku ziringa. Kino kiki. Iwe. Hate kiki.
Hata ungaambire babahereza kadi. Kadi hiyo iko wapi? Nipe. Mumenionyesha kadi, mnakuja kutoa kuni, tena hiyo vitu gani? Hizi vitu gani? Hati ni mwijo mu ofisi ni babahereze baro yo kukolektinga enku mwahika na outpost babikiriza abo kuba barora mwine kadi. Then at the same time nimwe abamwe mwina amacumu. Hati noja kumbihota imwe ba resource user enyamisho zinyakule hano timwe muzimazire.
Afande.
Yes.
Icumu nkende kwa se just kuelinda singe bundi enjo gisindikirize kenda kunja nicho nyambisi.
No soborota kwinja ni cumu mupaka nibajamu na macumu. Iwe norora mupaka nibajamu na macumu. Egi ni paka. No yerinda guno musiri gwawe. Iwe ogu musiri gwawe. We
afande abantu benda kumaraho esoro zaidi.
Iwe. So now, from today, I'm going to tell the wardens they are going to cancel the permit that you are using. Ompuliri. Twaja kujisaramu ahabokuba hati nabarora nimwe bamo numusabe enku nimugamba barenja nibabatanga kujyayo then hanyuma nimwe bamwe mukwiga. So egi yaja kusarwamu kandi twaja kubakoma. Okubulire. So hati zine nyamisho zikutahiza government nizo omusoro gwa government ogwe kwiha omu Uganda Wildlife Authority ni mwingi kandi na sente zimukutunga inyo ni myingi ezikugenda mu community. So hati twaja kutwara mu Kihome. Omanyire Kihome enkomo oragigiremo tokagigyamuga oyina abana binga
bana babiri
mbwene hati noho wajya kubarorera abo kuba tokwikirizibwa kwitenyamiswa.
Afande nyo tinzise.
Of course zise tozikozereke.
Tinzise.
Ebi biki. Bino biki.
Afande
so twaja kubatwara mu nkoma ahabo kuba. Imwe nimwe abantu bamwe abo mukusaba nitwenda batuhenku then nemwe bamwe bakwite insoro.
Afande tuganyire.
So ebi nitwija kubirorera yo office.
Afande tuganyire.
Kuja funga watu.
Kama iko wapi? Akiki.
Weka mkono.
Amot.
Funga watu. Kaa chini.
Funga.
Teta kama. Because you cannot. Yes, afande. So, and these are the people who always come in the office and they say we have refused them to go in the park.
Africa ebyali bizimbe si makolero getulina wabula bya butonde ebibira emigga amayanja amanene awamu n'ebisolo. Uganda kula
Nze navudde Kampala ndi student. Oli muyizi. Kati twazze tuli ku internship awo. Nati mbadde sikutegeera bulungi nga ndowooza nti bagenyi ki abankedde. Kakati ekintu kyenjagala okukolako mu bulamu. Oyagala ki? Njagala nnyo okulya ku nnyama y'ebisolo eby'omu nsiko. Omwana obadde ki? Naye yandagiridde ewuwo nangamba wennemererwa ewuwo mbasiina. Ng'akulagiridde wange wano nti nze nkitunda? Si gwe Sekidde. Nze Sekidde. Obwedda neebuuza omusajja Omuganda yekka ali ku kyalo ekyagungu ky'Ekasese. Wano Kasese eyo ennyama tosobola kugifuna. Tosobola. Baŋŋambye ggwe. Nakivaako dda kubanga kyali kindeetedde obuzibu. Sigirina. Sigirina. Uwa weeraliikira akasente, nze akasente nninamu. Kuno okufuna ennyama eyo nga si kyangu era kufubirako bufubizi naye nga si kyangu kugikufunira. Kati kale oba osobola oginfunira walala nfunira nze njagala kulya. Omanyi babeere njagala ntegeera emboga ewooma etya. Emboga ewooma ng'ente, ntegeera akagabi kawooma ng'embuzi. Omwana ono okitegeera. E Kampala tetuuka tuzijjewo naye kuno era bakulagidde wa Sekidde naye si kyangu kufubirako bufubizi. Kati muwa muzeeyi w'osobola okunzigira kuba nze neweeba weetaagamu ka commission nze nkuwa. Omanyi muvubuka kankubuulira amazima wandibadde ogifuna naye tubatya ate kati nze ntiiraki nagambye ndi student nkolage ID. Saagala ID naye bambega baayitirira bayitirivu kuno. Abasajja batuli bubi, abasajja bakuuma ensolo ezo batuli bubi. Kati okufuna ensolo ezo si baŋŋamba bakambwe bo. Bakambwe era ffe tulina engeri tukikolamu naye bakambwe. Kati badyagala kulya ku kaki tulabe tutetenkanye tulabe. Kaki koolinamu nze neweeba nkima nfa mpulira njagala ntestinge ku bintu byawaka bintamye buteetete bwe njagala ndye ku nnyama eyo ekulidde mu kibira eyo. Kakati nenawe ya mirundi yenna kikugamba naye saagala mbibulire ennyama njuguza bemmanyi naye gwe nkuyamba olw'okuba oli student ate oyagala okulyako. Nenawe ya mirundi yenna nina engabi, nina enjobe, nina akaweewo, nina n'enkima. Wewe abakulagidde wa Sekidde kuno nze Sekidde amuzeeyi leeta ndabeko. Leeta ndabeko. Leeta sente zikupakingira ennyama. Sente zokka gwe leeta ndabe. Ate bakugambye erina jjembe oli wano oli Kasese. Kati zino nkuwa za transport okakase soko okozesa ezo nga transport. Anakivuga n'olugezigezi. Mzee atodda mu nju mbale mbanyi bagambye yakwanikaawo. Mzeeyi ebawala posti gambye eriwala. Abasajja batukayira. Okalaba gwe twala byonna Munyakampala nzise gwaganye mutima gwaganye.
Kwanza weka fuka yeye. Wacha kelele, wacha. Weka mkono yako.
Kasajja nkalabidde.
We kwanza kaa vizuri.
Afande banoonya kakulya sikikola nti nkigendereze.
Yake kile umeangalia hapa.
Katufu.
Hiyo sio rock hyrex.
Tena ilikuwa
These are nzuri rock hyrex. Uliza yeye kama ameua ngapi.
Sasa how many kids do you have?
Basatu.
Now whom do you think is going to take care of your kids?
because we are going to take you to prison for life sentence about the killing of the animal. Then why you have a coffee? Already I've seen a coffee, you have coffee. You have cassava. Why do you opt for going for hunting? So can you stand up and go to the moon? No, don't cut it. No, we are going to take you to the bosses.
We are promised.
No. It is us tell you. Stand up.
The man says it's going to change.
Don't run. Because when I take you to the management, I believe that you've accepted to change and stop hunting. No, they will not. They will not. Ondaza amani kubanga bikanze nkubuli kuno okubera ko mutasobola kuzimanyi azimba nyumba nyingi nakakati sente wazijjewa bw'obeera omukulembeze bera kyakulabirako olulaga musajja wampitiriddeko bw'obeera omukulembeze obeera kyakulabirako okimanyi nti kasinga akaonalebo Honorable yali akututako maka honorable banenju ya muziki ya singe buli tugenda yali atuteke wake uwe mumiti tugenda mugade arange kichate chichi mumusha babwanye mwetenye abate kuruzinga yaza konya nekuruma leka banna mumtuze wa muteka wa kukibaka omuntu muteke wano kati mpola abada akola ki gonya mulumye kakati kabayo nabagamba mirundi muteke haye kola boti Gabayo, Muchala Musa, katukura polisi. Polisi nkubira dwali. Simu soko jiveko. Ndakakubire kati tsobola kubera na muntu alina soko jiveko isemo banedda jiveko. Banange ensonga zino nagibagamba mirundi emeka fena tukimanyi nti awaliwo gonya zibanga ziri awo ekintu ekisookera ddala obanga okwewala ebintu ga bino togendayo naye fena tumanyi gonya gye ziri kyokka gye twagala okugenda buli wogenda okwolezaawo manya gonya zoba oluma ziri waka ziri waazo naye kakati laba kyetutuuseeko buli mwezi gonya zitwala abantu naye lwaki ate mwesiba okugenda kuluzyawo mbuno muwolezaawo kati laba onawonye magombe gennyini mumuwonyeza mutya
tukikubya amayinja
Muchikola amayinja mukoze bulungi amayinja galina okuba nga gudde ku mutwe galina kubanga olaba ku mutwe omutwe gwonna guli sensitive naye Katonda wakuyamba n'okwasa eriiso oba ennyindo awo ate wali more sensitive naye omutwe gwonna guli sensitive okitegeera ate ekyokubiri omanyi zaagala nnyo okola ambushes bw'oba ofunye omukisa n'ogikuba kuliisa egenda kukola ki egenda kuta bw'olaba ng'ekulemerako nnyo n'ofuna akaagaanya waki kisonseka ekintu muki mumiro ajja kuta gisonseka ekintu mumiro naye kye mulina okumanya kyonna goonya zino zeekweka nnyo zitusinga okwekweka okitegedde naye ffenna tumanye ebintu bino buli we ziri awali sensitive awali dangerous ffe tumanyiiwo ndowooza kye tujja okukola goonya zino kati tulabye za bulabe kyamaani tusabe keegi kuno twakyogerako naye tezijjana tugambe aba Uganda Wildlife Authority batufunire gundi keegi naye kyembasaba bujja keegi naye kiruddewo abantu baffe bafa tugende tubagamba naye abantu batuggwako batuleetere keegi bitulaseko ebintu nga bino otegeera naye wejja bannange mbasaba tugikozese bulungi kakati obadde okubira ambulance
nawadde nkubira dokita wano
kutte oba takutte
ngezaako
kubanga waatakwata tulina okumutwala
alo sebo ninawo wano omutuuze wange naye alumiddwa goonya mbadde nsaba mukozeseko ku bwangu kale
muleete sebo goonya wange kale leka mbannyonnyole agamba goonya bweruma omuntu talina kusula bweruma omuntu ekisolo bonna bawulira kale leka mbannyonnyole kale agamba mbwe ekisolo kyonna ekyomunsiko ekikuluma tosula lunaku nga tolabye musawo sigambye nti agenda kufa agamba bw'ati ebisolo by'omunsiko byonna ng'otwaliddemu n'eggoonya birina jamuzi nyingi ze bijja bikuŋŋaanya ekisooka byo tebijjanjaba kati ekikuluma tomanya ndwadde kijje kirina kijja kugira endwadde kikuteeke muki kireete endwadde kikukwasa endwadde okitegeera kati ate agambye wakutwalibwa mu ddwaliro ate kati
abasawo bali mu kkubo bajja
tugende wali
tugende tufune boda wali
Gonya zifuuse gonya
kwata wali bwoti musitule bwe kwata wano bwoti chairman kwatireko
bulungi banna ina bazije tulina mukumanyi
tunatuuka ddiyo kwata bulungi
Near the village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. Near the village, the quiet village, the lion sleeps tonight.
Muchana makula
wangi
yangu wakweno
kanzije baba fafa ate tiki abanga ate tiki
yangu ali bubi
Uyi. Ale, uyingirawo.
Tumayingize.
Uyingirawo. Mumuyingize.
Tumaye.
Umuteka omu. Sigenda bakubadde.
Takomawo.
Kale, mumuteeke tugende. Ye mulwadde kinama tasaana kusitula kugulu. Twambuyirize ndabe ekimuluma. Twambuyirize. Hata kati mutera wali mutebe wali. Wano mutebe woba muteeka. Kakati. Bangole ekitabo. Mulwadde ki obumuluma?
Munaye atusobedde. Amaze wiiki namba talya. Tanywa yenna asesema busesemi yenna ayiriitira talina maanyi
asesema n'okusesema
naye nga yagamba kiki ekisinga
olubuto lwelusinga omuluma
kale kaakati nze mbadde nteesa mumuddeeyo eka mujja kumuddukira enkya nze ngenda kusula naye nga mukolako
abeera bulungi
ajja kuba bulungi mumugende eka mujja kujja enkya kale kaakati ogirawo ebakaawo kandeeteddala kirawo omuliraka banna emolendo omwenda kulisekirira kuki Ozukuse?
Zukuse.
Weewulira otya kati?
Teruli si lubinga we lubadde.
Wafunyewo enjawulo?
Waliwo enjawulo nnene.
Kale kati ekyo kyekisinga omulungi. Era ndowooza kati ogira otuulako awo ng'abeewuwo bajja kukunona kubanga nabagambye bakuddukira olwaleero naye sinnabalaba bwe batuuka. Oba nkuwa kyayi?
Saagala kyayi.
Era tokyayagala?
Saagala kyayi.
Toyagala kyayi?
Sinnakutuusa ku mwaka.
Mutuuse? Mwasuze mutya?
Twase bulungi.
Omulwadde wuuyo gwe mwalesa ng'ali bubi.
Weewulira otya kati?
Baba, owulira otya?
Ndi bulungi.
Olaba otaddeko ne kasimayira ako. Wakuleese oli bubi ddala.
Akulese nga tosobola kutambula.
Mute n'amalwaliro naye lino.
Olaba nga tosobola nakwogera.
Lino si ddwaliro ggomero.
Era lyo lino liba ggomero.
Wanaye tweyanziza mu kyana. Naye okikola otya? Kuba wiiki namba ng'atulemeredde.
Nga mulinda ki okumuleeta okuweza wiiki namba?
Naye nze nkwewonya omukono gwo oluba okwata ku mulwadde ng'awonerawo.
Guno si mukono. Bino bukambwe bwe. Bukambwe bwe.
Abalwadde abamu bw'otabakambuwalira nti takola ky'oyagala. Kubanga eddagala lino lintwalira obudde okulifuna. Ngenda eno muba Wildlife Authority. Nembasaba ne banzikiriza ne nnyingira mu kibira n'ejjambiya yange kati waliwo n'eriba lyetaagisa ate okusima emirandyansi n'enkumbi ne nnyingira nayo nengenda n'entema eddagala lyange nenkuula abaagala okunoga ku nva endiirwa obasangayo eyo abaagala okutyaba enku obasangayo eyo kasita obasaba kati owebbye bwebbiye atoyitira naye ekintu ekinsobera baana bange kyekimu bwe nagenze jjo okufuna eddagala eti nasobeddwa nasanze abantu munda eyo batemye emiti okugimalawo obumazi simanyi lwaki abantu tebamanyi nti emiti gya mugaso nnyo mu nsi era gye givaako n'enkuba okutonya kwe tujja eddagala emiti tugifunako eddagala tugifunako ebintu bingi kubanga kaakati nze we banaatema emiti okugimalawo omulimu gwange guba guweddewo naye emiti egyo gy'olaba gye gyawonyeza muganda wammwe emidde egyo gy'olaba gye gyawonyeza muganda wammwe bantu bangi bawonyerwa miti egyo simanyi lwaki abantu tebakitegeera nti okutema emiti kintu kibi nnyo era simanyi lwaki tebakirekeraawo kubanga si kirungi. Ensi yaffe neereeta abalambuzi okujja okulaba emiti gino. Tulinamu agati aganene agatali waako naye n'osanga oli ng'akutta omuti agutemya gendayo kyamanda kintu kibi nnyo si kirungi.
Tulina kufuna basomesa ne bajja ne babasomesa balekerawo okutema emiti.
Era ndowooza kyekinaasinga
kuba kakati wegitaabeerewo kitegeeza tujja kulwala tuffe.
Kituufu.
Ddala Uganda kula.
Kula.
Mama Namakula.
Wandise.
Nakali akakaawa nako wakajeeyo.
Bonna mbujjeeyo.
Ndabadde mmanyi nti oba wakaguze bweru.
Wabadde wa lutalo.
Oleeta n'ekibooko.
Ate kakati wandiwonye singa saalese kibooko.
Oleeta munnu mu kibooko.
Tweyanziza nnyo mukyala Namakula.
Uganda ekkula lya Afrika.
You're feeding wildlife?
What's wrong with it? Yes, we did. Tuli ku intern. But tubadde tuze
and you don't know that it is wrong to feed wildlife.
What's wrong with it?
But they were hungry.
Kambabulireko. Feeding wildlife is very, very wrong. Kati ezenkima muziraba muli awo muli zifeedinga naturally Katonda yakola wildlife ng'enkima zinabeera mu kibira okitegeera ne zeenoonyeza emmere ebisolo byonna eby'omu nsiko birina okwenoonyeza emmere. When you feed them you're killing their naturality okubanga yeenoonyeza you get it used okubanga weebe eyagala emmere someone must feed it zijja kutambulanga nga zitandika okunoonya abantu bazize. So what happens wojja next time nga tolina kyakuzifeedinga mu ngalo? They will attack you. They will attack you mu kubira ekitongole ky'ebisolo Uganda Wildlife Authority enkima zamme zamwata nezaaba attackinze. Why? Because people have gotten them used to feeding. Bazikasukira ebyokulya mugenda ne mukasuka ebintu ebyokulya ne mukasuka ebisasiro kumpi n'ennyumba zammwe ne mukasuka ebyokulya so ne zijjanga nga zirya ne zimanyira nti awo waliwo ekyokulya awa feed. Omuntu bw'ojja n'emmotoka yo bw'oti nga bw'otuuka n'opaakinga okasuka eri envu. Next time w'ojja nga toli wiringizi wali envu naye ng'otadde amenvu go ku dashboard zijja buukira ku mmotoka. Why? Bazimanyi zo zifeedinga.
Kwegamba we were doing something.
Yes, mulinga abaza attractinga nti ate mwenoonyeza byakulya waliwo wana abasobola okukola ki?
Okubanoonyeza.
Yes. kyekidira kati gwe woba olunda enkoko waka tulina enkoko za broiler bino ebizungu n'ezaffe zino loko okitegeera osobola ziyita ensoga oba enkalamoja oba enyankole ate biri nyankolera kati enkoko kati ng'enyankole yo yamanyira okukola ki ogenda neyeto naye kati broiler gwe wagikuza ogikuliza mu kiyumba ogiwa emmere bw'ogifulumya ebweru esobola okufa temanyidde kwenoonyeza kati enkima eno gwe wogikwata n'ogimanyiiza ogiwa noweebayo katugeze nga zino crocodile mu mazzi gwe woba osuula awo ebyokulya osuula awo ebyennyanja obuwunyawunya nemanyira nti bwenva eri nsangawo akanyama ejja kuva mu mazzi etandika okukola ki
okujja ku lukalu eri abantu.
Yes. Kati obuzibu obulala obuli mu kufiidinga ebisolo bino ffe ng'abantu waliyo endwadde zetugabana wakati waffe n'ebisolo. Ebola. Kati ate zino enkima mwe zemulwisa zirina system eringa ya muntu, nkima, mazike, chimpanzees, gorillas, so essenyiga wasobola ogikwata.
Like my flu.
Yes.
My human
Kati
flu.
Unfortunately for wildlife, tewali muntu agenda kugenda nonye gundi chimpanze jeri mu nsiko eyo nti agijjanja ejja kulwala efe nga tetutegedde ng'ogisiize eki naye ate akabi kasinga mu kuba nti naye esobola okusiiga obulwadde kuba kati olijjiwa ekyokulya bwebuuka bweti nekukwagula osobola okufuna ebola kati mubulaba bujja kuba mubumanyiza kati okalaba kuba mubumanyiza nti bujja so wasobola okubeerawo transmission between air diseases wakati w'abantu ne gundi nga kiva mu feeding kuba gwe gy'ovudde sinti tetumanyi gy'oyitidde osobola n'okujja obulwadde obulala obw'ebisolo ebirala ewalala n'obuleeta muki mu paaka n'omaliriza nga paaka yonna ogimazeewo kitegeera so tukuume eggwanga lyaffe Uganda kula ekyagitumise kula byebisolo bino ebirungi n'ebibira bye tulina tukuume kula lyaffe tuleme kutta kula
mukolo tusaba tusonyiwa tubadde tetumanyi
naye munange oluusi obutamanya teeka tekikugisaako musango kuba singa lwenje akusanze wano lusanga bandikukutte bubi nze nange ndi bulambuzi naze naye wembalabye nga akaŋŋambe ku baana bano so muli ku internship mwasoma ki
tourism
bya bulambuzi kati kano tebakabagamba
tetukalina
muli mwaka gwakumeka wama mbajja kabagamba mu gwokubiri awo gwogwokusatu
nga mwendi wano nga ndi oli bulungi wallahi ndudde okukulaba nange kiki ekitambula ku kyalo tewali kyamaanyi tewali kyamaanyi bagamba ki tebalina bigambo
kati okuyisa mu bwangu njagala masanga Masanga gafuna yeddiru gyendeese. Essanga eri limu ligula obukadde 8. Kitegeeza amasanga 2 bwe bukadde 106. Woba olina w'osobola ogajja yeddiru gyendeese.
Mukulu Kisawe, sente nzaagala ate nnyo.
Okimanyi
ekintu kyoleese.
Okimanyi nti amasanga 2 gasobola okusomesa abaana bo paka ku university naawe obulamu bwo okukyuka okutwaliza wamu.
Okusinziira ku ssente kyo kyekyo. Naye ekintu kyoleese muganda wange. Nabanga ekinga kizito. Okiyita kyangu.
Yensonga lwaki gali mu ssente bwezito. Ennyingi bwezito. Kakati kye tulina okukola. Gwe woba olina w'osobola okugajja. Ate amasanga 2 oba otta gundi eji.
Enjovuemu.
Kakati gwe gy'okoma okuleeta amangi ze ssente z'ofuna. Ate ng'eddiru ya bwangu.
Bagagala mu bbanga ki?
Nze ne w'obeera ogayinawo essaawa eno. Ssente ozifunirawo.
Senga mbadde ngayinawo era nandigambye. Nkikuweegala.
Kakati nsobola kuwa kadde ki?
Naye naku nga 3.
Naku nga 3. Ogenda kufuna amasanga.
Naku nga 3. Nja kubanga funye.
Amasanga nga 4.
Ano si mangi.
Buli ssanga limu obukadde 8. Kakati gwe balaabalamu. Okukyusa embeera yo
2 16. 2
buli ebyo 3
2.
Omunaku 2 omulinge.
Ekyamazima ennaku eza
3
enjovu 2 nja kuba nzifuna.
Ennaku eza kati nzo nkonako bukonya.
Bubala bubazi 1 2 3 oyitewo wano. Ne bwe naba sikubidde essimu ngajja kuba weegali.
Kati nze ndi ku bwangu ndowooza ne we ŋŋenda.
Ekyo kirina mutawaana.
Naye saagala onjiweeyo mukwano.
Ekyamazima sijja kyokka kiyimba.
Mukwano gwe.
Emunange bwe tuwangaala naye munange.
Kati mukulu nze kaŋŋende.
Kale taata.
Ate munayinza
kirina kumutawaana.
Eradde nyoso.
Gye muli?
Gye tuli.
Mutusinza ki?
Tewali kyamaanyi.
Mutuwe ku ssente, mutuwe ku ssente.
Ssente? Gomba ojja muwaako.
Ojja kunfumisa amafumu balowooze nti ondekedde ssente. Kale taata.
Gye bali kugomba.
Kale munange. Nawe gye bali.
Obulamu.
Obulamu si bubi.
Kakuba kakeete kutonnya ewaffe.
Aye kati wammwe golowooza siri waayo ffenna tuli ku kyalo kyekimu. Aye kati ogambe wammwe etonnya ewuwo n'ewange eva etuuse.
Olwo nojja kukaabira bizibu.
Kaakati tukoze tutya kuba gye twasuze nga tulina okugenda
anti era kyekibadde kindeese.
Naye ono avudde wano agambye nti bwe tuba tusobola ayinawo
ddiiro. Jimpe.
Nawe okimanyi bajja tukwata bannange. Sika naawe.
Musajja abadde
Enge mukwago.
mubadde mukolayo ki? Tebaganira kuyiga. Kale tunuulira. Niba nantu. Babakubasidde okuyiga. Mubadde mukola ki?
Gomba omusajja abadde. Jamani huyo. Omusajja wuno.
Mwenge mukisanzibwa.
Tubadde tugenze kuyiga
Mubadde mugenze kuyiga. Bannange bagomba enfa.
Tukwata musayi.
bannange tunabagamba mirundi emeka nti mulekere ogenda mu kibira ekyo okuyiga tunabagamba mirundi emeka katereba kyemutuuseeko mazima gennyini mwe mulowooza nti muba mugenzi mu nsi okuyiga naye omuzungu agamba the hunter can be the hunted. Yes oyinza kati olowooza kyemutuuseeko mugenze kuyiga naye mwe muyigiddwa. Ebisolo bino ebyomunsiko bya bulabe nnyo. Ebisolo by'omunsiko bannange bya bulabe nnyo. Tosobola kuzanyisa wulira bino ebisolo bya mu nsiko birina instincts ez'ensiko bitulina kyosobola kikola. Wuliriza omuntu ono ate bangi tulina kusooka kukitegeera tulina kumutwala mu ddwaliro tujja mutwala mu ddwaliro naye ffe ffennyini tulina okukitegeera bw'ova eno ng'olowooza nti n'ogenda kuyiga kino mu nsiko naye galige maka gaagwo. Kati gwogenda obiyiganya bino ebisolo bimanyi nnyo ensiko tusinga bimanyi ensiko tusinga kati gwolowooza nti ogenda mu kibiro naye teeberezaamu ng'omuntu akulumbyewo bimanyi obufo bwonna obulungi bimanyi okweteeka obulungi ate ebikulaba nabo bijja nago mu njala ne bikola ki ne bikukwaggula. Kati saawa zino ono wildlife authority kati wemukwatako ejja kubasiba tejja kumujanjaba kubanga wuliriza olumya ekisolo gye kisula okitegeera kati tosobola gamba nti ekitongole ekikuuma ebisolo bya Uganda bino wildlife authority okumusanga bweti nemujanjaba tegenda kumujanjaba wadde naaka okujjako kubasiba obusibi. Wuliriza va ku bisolo by'omu nsiko by'amaanyi nnyo tusinga bimanyi ensolo tusinga buli lwe tubiyumba tubanga ababiyigganya ate ate obuzibu obuliwo nti ebisolo biri by'amaanyi nnyo by'amagezi nnyo ate bya bulabe okusinga abantu kati bwe kikukwatako kikuyuza nga kiba kyagadde.
Kyebagamba okitegedde tukwata buli kantu konna ak'omukazi ono kayina mu nju okafulumya agende watandika okusalirawo amaka lwaki osalirawo amaka
Alex obwongo bwo tebukyakola bulungi okukola obuwaso omukyala
muteke wansi
asa no kaleba kona tikine mavere kali acharo chitu nikasiba nikatamburira jenda wanyu
kagende wetakyusa endowooza zaffe ng'ekitundu ekyamazima tetugenda kulaakulana nabagamba emyaka mingi nnyo emabega nti tetutema miti mwagaana ekitongole kya Uganda Wildlife Authority kyabeegayirira nekigezaako basomesa mulekerawo okutema emiti nakyo mwakijemera mwaganira ddala temukomye okwo mwokeza empiira laba wali eri mwemulowooza
empiira niki
mwokeza ebisaka mwokeza buli kamu akasobola okuleeta enkuba muganye mwemulowooza ku kyakulima kyokka temwakomaawo n'entobazi muzizimbyemu ne muzirimamu mweyambisa bannabyabufuzi mmwe kennyini ne batandika obbalwanirira okkakananga n'ettaka lya paaka mutandisa odifunza kaakati mulirimyemu ebibira mubitemyemu mulowooza enkuba mugenda gijjawo mulowooza lwaki tuli mu kyeya kino ono mukyala wange namuwasa omwaka gumu emabega kino ekintu kyatandika emyaka 5 emabega nga mbeegayirira kyetulina okukyusa endowooza kiki kyetwakolanga kaakati ekitala kyakolebwa twatemanga emiti twayokyanga amanda fenna emiti tetwagikumiranga wamu kaakati mudda ku bajjajja nti bajjajja banyeevu kaakati njagala okubabuuza kummwe mwenna ani yayogedde nejjajja era yamugambye ekyo olaba akasiriikiriro kitegeeza tewali yayogedde najjajja tuve mu kweraguza tuddemu tutetenkanye era twagale ensi yaffe tulina kuddayo ne tusimba emiti ne tuzzaawo ekibira ne tutereeza buli kimu ne tulyoka tufuna enkuba ekyo ekijja okumalawo enjala kaakati mulaba mukyala wange kyemumukoze mumulaba olaba guno omusaayi okubasonyiwa mujje mumwetondere mujje mumwetondere mufukamire mumwetondere nange mbasonyiwe
tusaba kisonyiwo otusinze maama
batusaasire nyabo
tusaba tusonyiwa
onganyire nyowe kingenderire binkoze byona banganyire
munange baako kyoyogera otusonyiwe nyabo
Alex okufukamira sijja kufukamira naye ekikulu kya byonna nti tutegedde obuzibu bwe buva tutegedde ensobi yaffe ekyamazima okoze bulungi toba kwogera senga kati tuli luddawo
bannaye twagale ensi yaffe twagale ddala Uganda kukula
tulina okuuma ekkula lya Afirika
naye temutwaliranga amateeka mu ngalo
It is so hurting, so heartbreaking. Imagine wasting a lot of time, Mr. Prosecutor, that these farmers put in. And now you've grown your maize after putting in a lot. Nowadays the land is even infertile. They put in fertilizers. And then you take, and you're just a few moments away to harvesting. And here comes a city animal from the park being protected by an organization. It is an animal. Are we trying to say that animals are more important than human beings? No, Your Honor. I think some acts should be revised. This country, this world is taking animals a little bit more serious than human beings. Imagine these men here. Look at them. Your Honor, they are trying to create a living. They are trying, Your Honor. And their hope is the maize. It's the maize, Your Honor. The man said he had put over $1 million, and the man is awaiting to harvest, and an elephant comes. Your Honor, anger can lead you, especially emotional anger that is just next to the heart. You are tempted to do something that you would have not done. I believe Mwakenezi and a colleague killed this elephant. Not because it was so their intentions. They are not renowned poachers in the village, no. But they were angered for the fairness of this matter. Let us take a pivot point and then say it would be just and right if only the accused are excused and not sentenced or fined. In other words, I just suggest, Your Honor, that Uganda Wildlife Authority should compensate Mwakenezi. I rest my case.
Okay, prosecutor, your last words.
Your Honor, I am much obliged to once again say a word in this court and rubbish the typical lies.
Objection, Your Honor.
The typical irrational.
Objection, Your Honor.
Go on.
I beg your protection, Your Honor. Maybe I'm not safe. But that is the wrath that human beings, in particular, have caused to nature. The biblical allusion is that in the genesis of living, man was given responsibility to protect and manage life, inclusive of wildlife, in particular the elephant in question. It is quite disappointing that man who was given authority to manage, to protect and preserve nature is the very man who is destroying wildlife, and therefore man has intention to take wildlife to instinct positions. Well, we all know that elephants accrue a lot of revenue to our government. He is talking, the accused's counsel is talking about 1 million investment of maize. I would like to inform the accused that 1 million is not worth a loss of thousands, of tens of thousands of $1 million that the elephants accrue to our revenue. Not forgetting, Your Honor, that tourism is the leading sector in our foreign exchange, Your Honor. As prosecution would suggest, the highest limits of a punishment that is given to whoever encroaches on the life of the wild. Your Honor, I suggest you give the highest sentence in accordance with the case in question. I rest my case.
Mwai Mwakenezi ne munno okusinziira ku bujulizi obuleeteddwa mu kkooti eno kiraga bulungi nti mwatta enjovu. Okutta enjovu emu oba ofiirizza eggwanga lyaffe okusako n'olukalu lwa Africa lwonna. So ng'ate eggwanga lyaffe lino liyimiriddewo nnyo ku by'obulambuzi. okugeza okuzimba amasomero okuteeka eddagala mu malwaliro okukola enguudo byonna benaku eggamba eggwanga lyaffe liyimiriddewo ku byabulambuzi. But since the accused says he doesn't have money, I sentence him to 5 years in prison. It would have been 8 years, but since the accused did it for the first time and it was out of anger for losing his garden, and it shows that the accused didn't have any intention of poaching, I reduce it by 3 years to make it 5 years. Court adjourned.
Village, the peaceful village, the lion sleeps tonight. Near the village, the quiet village, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my darling, don't fear, my darling, the lion sleeps tonight. Hush, my
Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa. Uganda is a fairy tale. You climb up, and at the end, there is a wonderful new world. The scenery is different. The vegetation is different. Climate is different. And most of all, the people are different from anything elsewhere to be seen in the whole range of Africa. I say, concentrate on Uganda. For magnificence, for variety of form and color, for profusion of brilliant life, bird, insect, reptile, beast, and for vast scale. Uganda is truly the pearl of Africa.
Welcome to one of Africa's highest, most remote and unknown mountain ranges, located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The Rwenzori Mountains, also known as the Mountains of the Moon, are stretched over 120 kilometers long and 61 kilometers wide. Come and experience Africa's most beautiful alpine area. With every hour and every altitude gain, the landscapes, colors and views are ever changing. This UNESCO-protected national park contains unique biodiversity and breathtaking sceneries such as the bamboo zones, mossy heather zone, numerous waterfalls, tropical rainforest, mountain lakes, and eternal snow. Culminating at an altitude of 5,109 meters, the Margarita Peak is the highest point in Uganda and the third highest peak of the whole African continent after Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya. This mystical and demanding mountain range is located on the foothills of Queen Elizabeth National Park, one of Africa's most popular game drives, and a few hundred kilometers from the Bwindi impenetrable forest that inhabits the endangered silverback mountain gorillas. Rwenzori Mountains offers trails for all levels of hikers, which range from 1-day to 10-day trips. The shorter trips are not as physically demanding and still showcase the amazing beauty in the art of nature, including rare vegetation, rivers, and numerous waterfalls. This unique biosphere is a true gem that needs to be preserved not only for the many endemic species it contains, but also for the local community which directly benefits and lives from the mountain's gifts. Be ready for the ultimate trekking experience. Come and discover Rwenzori, the Mountains of the Moon located in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
When a chimp approaches you, stay humble, stay calm, you are the guest. Step back without leaving. Presence is not pressure. Here, when a chimp approaches you, it means the island kept its promise. If we cannot share this shoreline, how will we share the planet? To live together, we listen first, then we leave room. On this island, we practice balance so the world can keep its footing. Everything here is a lesson in balance. My name is Dr. Joshua Rukundo. I am a wildlife veterinarian, and I've been working at the Chimpanzee Trust and Ngamba Island for now 16 years. Our vision is to secure chimpanzees in their natural habitats and provide optimum captive care for those that cannot survive in the wild. We currently have 55 chimpanzees. Ngamba Island is a 100-acre island. About 95, maybe 96% of it is cordoned off to give them their own space. And that space from the beginning was forested, but of course the forest has grown richer. Typically, the chimps spend the entire day in the forest. In the night, we have a place where they sleep, they spend the night. We call it the holding facility or sleeping area. And the only reason we actually have them come in the evening is that this group would probably need about 100 square miles of forest for them to be able to forage food all year round. So we now supplement that with the nutrition that we give them, but their choice to come back is voluntary. Our founders were looking for a place where, one, there would be enough space. We didn't want to have a situation where it's like in a zoo and they're in a cramped enclosure. They have the freedom to be able to move as freely as they want and interact with the environment directly. Two, there would be natural boundaries, natural barriers, so there is no interaction with humans. And the island turned out to be a solution that captured all these facets. Many of the chimps that we have here have been rescued from very traumatic experiences. In the beginning, the biggest challenge was the pet trade. The challenges have been evolving since then. The human population is going up. The habitat for the chimpanzees is shrinking rapidly. In Uganda, we lose about 20 to 25,000 hectares of natural forest every year. By the time I joined, the number of chimpanzees was going down at an alarming rate. There was a very, very big fear that within 20 years we would not have. They would move from being vulnerable to extinct. As humans, we protect what we love, but we only love what we know. And that is what the sanctuary plays a big role in, is to try and create awareness about the chimpanzee. One of the very first encounters, I think in the first couple of weeks that I was here, it was one of the cases of the chimps that had a very bad injury to its hand, Billy, and I had to do a surgery on it. Billy is a gentle soul, but we have that connection because for me it was my first surgery, so to speak, on a chimpanzee, and it required an amputation of her thumb, but it was necessary and it saved the hand. You know, when you look deep into their eyes and you get this sense of knowing, they understand you, they know what your purpose is there for you, that you're going to make them better. Our work is to be their advocates, to be their promoters, to be their protectors. Because as humans, we take claim over every space on the earth. We claim it as ours, and the animals have no one to speak for them. So it is up to us, the people that love the animals, to speak for their behalf. We rescue chimps to remember how to be human. Ngamba Island is a second chance that makes the first one possible. We cannot change their past. We can change what comes next.
Eno ye Uganda n'ebyayo.
Kasese, one of the most astonishing areas in the Queen Elizabeth Conservation Area. The district is endowed with a breathtaking vegetation cover, complemented by the beauty of the outstanding Rwenzori Ranges. Diverse in culture and wildlife concentration, the area truly presents a great opportunity for tourism investment potentials. In the plight to highlight the outstanding tourist attractions in the different regions of Uganda, we were enlightened about the underrated gems in the Queen Elizabeth Conservation Area. Besides the wildlife diversity, Queen Elizabeth National Park is endowed with a number of mind-blowing water bodies like Lake Nyamunoka, Munyanyange, the Kazinga Channel, Lake Edward, to mention but a few. Each of these water bodies is unique in many ways. For example, Lake Katwe happens to be a saltwater lake. The beauty of the silted plates from a distance is a work of art. However, Lake Katwe is an ancient lake believed to have been formed as a result of volcanic activities. The lake water is served by streams and without any outlet, hence making it a salt lake with intensive operation in the dry season. This sometimes causes a pungent smell emitted from the concentration of minerals in the hypersaline water.
This is a very big industry which employs more than 5,000 people. And during the peak seasons of harvesting salt. And this is one of the oldest salt deposits in Africa. And one of the primary industry which is still existing in Africa. Yeah, and the salt that we extract from here is natural salt. It's just a free gift of nature. We don't add any chemical within the salt. We don't further process it. It's the best salt to use at home. We've been using it for many years. We've never had any case of iodine deficiencies, like goiter, like growth retardation. So it's the best salt to use in homes. And in 2014, salt from here, it was analyzed in one of the biggest laboratories compared with over 500 samples of salt all over the world. Katwe salt emerged number 3 to be the best salt in the whole world, with over 84 mineral ingredients. So it becomes the best salt to use at home. Yeah, basically here we usually get salt during the hot days of the year. We depend on hot temperatures. So the first peak season of harvesting salt begins from early January to mid-March, and the second peak season begins from July to mid-August. That's when we celebrate. So this industry, during the peak season of harvesting salt, it attracts many people from different corners of the country. They just come here for seasonal jobs. 60% of the labor is created by women and 40% by men. Yeah, so this kind of activity, it makes women financially independent because they are able to get work here. They get work in these salt pans that you see around, and they are able to earn a daily wage after working for the landlords that own salt plots.
Every day, men and women toil in the demarcated markings on the lake water to collect salt that they later sell to take care of their families. The women collect off the crusted salt formed on the surface, and men on the other hand shovel the salt blocks from the bottom of the lake.
Kati fabakyala eri mu nyanja enene tetugendayo kuba amazzi mawanvu gonoona wa private parts. Oyinza okwesanga nga toddamu kuzaala ate gamu nnyo, kati gaba tegalina kuyingira ennyo. Kyova olaba tukola mu budiba buno. Nze nazaalibwa wano, ate eno bizinensi wetufunira buli kimu, oba school fees oba kulya oba buli kimu tukifuna wano, kuba bino ebidiba byolaba byabajjajja baffe, naffe twabisangawo tusikira bisirika. Omulimu si mubi, naye ekitutawaanya just nti weather. Enkuba bwetonya awo eyo ebeera loss. Tuba twagala in dry season. Ekidiba kino solonga waliwo space, kati abedda basangawo just space nga tekuli ekiriko, ne basima ebidiba ne basaako ebyo ebiti byolaba. Bwe bamala okusima ebidiba, by then wali tewali generators zino, kati nga balima just stranges ezo ne bayingizaamu amazzi nga gava eri mu main lake. Omu alina akake, era nawe bw'oba oyagala ojja wano n'ogula nga bw'ogula plot. Bw'ogula sente kisinziira ku size, kati kano ka miliyoni 4 oba 5, kati kano bwe baba bakusedde ziba nga miliyoni 10.
okagula lubeerera
ya kiba kikyo olubeerera nedda omusana bwe guhitinga amazzi ne geevaporatinga ne gaforminga scam on top kati eyo scam you come very early in the morning you sediment kati eyo scam bwetuuka wansi eforminga layer kati eyo layer bwebeera wansi n'olinda n'enkeera omusana gwake until 7 layers then you harvest. There are 7 days kuba buli lunaku oba olina okusedimentinga. Yeah. Kati omunyo ogusooka gwe tufuna ebeera ku road salt guba gwante. Oguddako guba gwa maliba guno gwe bassa ku maliba ne gakala. Oguddako guba gw'abantu. Awo ogenda okufuna ogw'abantu amazzi gaba on high concentration. Yeah. Gwe tujjayo abasuubuzi kati ngafe abalimi oguteekaawo n'ogubikako nti enkuba bw'eba etonye guleme okudizolovinga kati omusuubuzi najja n'akugulako wano bajja n'obudeeya n'apakira omunyo gwe kisinziira sayizi kati ekyange kino ntera kujja mu 10 oba 12. Kati ffe wano tetuyina price eri awo kuba budde obw'enkuba price ebeera high budde obw'omusana ebeera low. Kati saawa zino kali ku mitwalo 50 kg. Naye ate mu buseera eby'omusana sizoni nga weeri oyinza okatunda n'3,000. Gavumenti terina kyetuyambyeko only nti saawa zino tusaba nti kuba kati ennaku zino embeera gy'enkuba etonya bubi n'etwonoonera ebintu. Kimu kyokka tuba twagala tufune more water pumps zipampinga amazzi tufune just akafo akalala we gabeera gakendeere wano kuba mangi kuba abasajja abamu abampi tebatagenda mu eyo ennyanja kuba amazzi mangi. Abawanvu kati be bagendayo. Yaba obeera n'ekiwundu oba togendayo kuba ebiseera ebisinga bw'obeera n'ekiwundu abamu agezaako n'ateekako superglue.
Mulina emizizo nti singa okikola bubi omunnyo buyinza obutadizolovinga.
Byaliwo edda naye ennaku zino byagwawo. Kati omukyala bwe wabeeranga mu nsonga nga tojja wano nga tebaliirawo nnyama oba kyennyanja naye ennaku zino ebyo byonna byagwawo. Abantu balaga nti basoma eddiini biri ebyobuwangwa ne babisuula ebbali n'esigala ng'ekola.
About 8,000 to 10,000 years ago, these geographic features were formed by volcanic activity. When molten lava from the Earth's crust is trying to escape through a blocked vent or fissure, it uses a lot of pressure. This pressure forces the surface, leaving behind a wide depression called a crater. When time passes, the depressions are later filled with water to form a crater lake. This process is responsible for the formation of many crater lakes in western Uganda. Through the destination marketing campaigns, the Ministry of Tourism aims at highlighting the economic and tourism potentials around many of Uganda's natural wonders.
We have bird watching on Lake Munyanyange, which is a nearby salt lake, and it attracts more than 45 species of birds. Some are intra-African migrants, others are Arctic migrants. But the common species of birds that we receive there, they are flamingos. The only lake in Uganda where you can identify flamingo birds. The two species, the greater one and the lesser one. Then we have fishing on Lake Edward, boat cruise on Lake Edward. Then there is another product that we are trying to develop. We have here a special mud, which is called Trona mud. In Trona mud, we are trying to add value on it so that some tourists from all over the world, they should come here and buy that kind of mud because it has got a health benefit. And the same activity, they are doing it on the Dead Sea in Israel. So Israel as a country and Jordan, they are benefiting from that product. So we are adding value on the mud so that tourists can enjoy it. The Fort George sort of like wealth. We are supposed to have there a monument, but it's not well developed. But that Fort George is between, it's built on a ridge between Lake Edward and Lake Catton. One of the biggest challenge here is low levels of technology. We've not gone very far to see how best we can add value on our salt so that we can take it in the world market. So what we need to do is to add value on our salt so that it can compete with other products. Because as a natural salt, it can be taken to the world market. Because if you see on the world market, natural salt is more expensive than the processed salt or the iodized salt. So this salt of ours can compete with salt from Himalayas because on the market, it is fetching some good price. Like in packaging and giving the salt the name, so that when you go in the market, you can easily identify that this product is from Catton.
To ensure that Uganda realizes the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 17 to protect, restore and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests, combat desertification, halt reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss, the Minister of Tourism held an awareness rally to teach the young generation about the importances of conservation and the underlying issues which for a long time have caused the catastrophic flooding of rivers in the area like River Nyamwamba and mudslides.
Headmaster and the management of the school, it's unfortunate you had such a disaster. I remember when I was in the 9th Parliament in 2013, I was on the Committee of Disaster and something to do with disaster. I don't remember what we used to call the forum. And we came and did some assessment. I think we came 2 days after this calamity had happened and went to Grade, and of course it was so disturbing. So it was unfortunate, and I know it went on time and again. I see some activities going on, some desilting of the river. My prayer is that things get better going forward. But the reason we are here, just to tell the students that most of these things happen, or calamities happen, because of failure to conserve the environment. Have you had students? Yes. Do you know why we have problems from up the mountain, including floods? Because some people destroy the forest and the protective cover of the mountain up. That would be holding all this flood, all these stones, all the soil that would come down. Some of you call it what? Soil erosion? So it is very important to conserve the what? conserve the what? So when you grow up, you have to be ambassadors who will protect the what? So that it also keeps you and protects you. Because once the trees are planted up, and when you grow up, each of you should plant a tree. But when the trees are planted up there, they act as buffers. They hold most of the stones and the rest that will come down. So it's unfortunate. I want to thank government. I know some interventions have been done by government, build some new structures. I know the Prime Minister's office now is trying to acquire land for relocation, so you can have a new home that is not threatened by any other, God forbid, any other running water or stones coming from up the mountain. Our job as a ministry is to promote tourism. You know what tourism is? Yes. To encourage people to come and visit Uganda, foreigners, so that they can bring money in the economy, but also encourage Ugandans to come and visit their own country. Like you see, we've come here. We shall introduce some of the people you've seen here.
Mulide. Muli bulungi. Bannange mwebale kusoma ate mwongere nnyo okusaba Mukama Katonda abagumye. Mwebale nnyo tusaba nnyo mukume obutonde. Minisita atugambye ekyonoonyo obutonde abantu abatema emiti. Those who are cutting the trees, they balese okubeera ng'amayumba getusanze gagwagwa so kati tuse tuwagira amasomero. Bannange njagala musome.
Is Isaac there?
Ephesians 6 verse 10 to 20. I came to save it. Shoot Satan. How what we do? Shoot Satan. Cock your gun. Shoot Satan. Devil of it. Shoot Satan. How what we do? Shoot Satan. Cock your gun. Shoot Satan. Watch out. Devil of it. For some of ya, you might think me a speaking tongue. I saw me break it down for you understand this hypotamus. You can see already the boy just stand firm. So guess what? The boy is about to get timed and say ha. 13 demon, then 15 admitted. A man with the most I cannot be a victim maker. Them everything that biblically are prohibited maker. Them everything that biblically are prohibited and say pa.
My name is Nomala Agnes, and this has been Uganda Neviayo.
Eno ye Uganda n'ebyayi.
Churchill named Uganda the Pearl of Africa due to its gifted nature and landscape. Join me on the program Our Environment Samalukwago as I host the Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, Mr. Samuel John Mwanda. Before me is Mr. Sam Mwanda, the Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, on the program Our Environment. You're most welcome, sir. Say hello to the viewers.
Thank you, Salma. Hello, viewers. You're welcome to this program.
Okay, let's start with Winston Churchill, who named Uganda the Pearl of Africa. What do you think was the basis of this?
The country called Uganda is beautiful. If you have moved around it with its Rift Valley, with the rivers and hills and lakes, and the fact that you can plant any crop anywhere and it grows, that alone shows you that it is beautiful and it is nice, and that's why Winston Churchill gave it the name the Pearl of Africa, because it is indeed the best in Africa.
True. Mr. Mwanda, give us a little background of Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Uganda Wildlife Authority was established in 1996. At that time, we had the national, we had the NRC.
Yes.
That then made a statute in 1996, and the merger was between the Uganda National Parks.
Yes.
And the Game Department. The Uganda National Parks was that organization responsible for national parks, and then the Game Department was responsible for then the game reserves. And the work they were doing was similar, but there were also challenges to do with financing that they needed to address. So they thought that by merging, it would be easier to raise funds, easier to do the work that was being done, and that is when it was done. Now there is another institution called the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, the zoo in Entebbe.
That's true.
That has remained independent, but the current cabinet decision is to merge Uganda Wildlife Authority with the Uganda Wildlife Education Center, and that process is ongoing.
Okay, what is Uganda Wildlife Authority?
Uganda Wildlife Authority is the institution responsible for managing the wildlife in this country. We do have 10 national parks. We also manage 12 wildlife reserves. And those national parks and wildlife reserves have wildlife, but some of them are just protected for the environment. I'll give you an example of Mount Elgon. We don't have many animals there, so you wouldn't say we are protecting wildlife. But it is important for the environment, for the rains around eastern Uganda,
yes,
that serve Choga and River Nile going through to Egypt. So it is really important,
yes,
that we work together in terms of managing the environment. Benzol is another one specifically for the environment, but also remember that even when we're talking Guineas and Ethiopia, those have a lot of wildlife, yes, but they have forests in them, they have rivers in them, and it is important to protect them as part of the environment. The Uganda Wildlife Authority has a vision that we should become the leading conservation agency in the world. In terms of conservation, how we manage the wildlife, how we manage the resources that we have. So that is our vision. And our mission is then to protect the wildlife, we conserve it, we work with the neighboring communities, and this should benefit both Uganda and the world. And so we are looking at doing exactly that. And we know that we can't do it alone. We need all of you Ugandans.
True. Are you still moving in the line of your mission?
Definitely we are, because we want to ensure that we protect. You see, the land mass we are working on is almost 10%
yes,
of the land mass of Uganda. So it's a big chunk of land. It requires a lot of resources. It requires cooperation with all stakeholders, the communities, non-government organizations, government departments, and so we are working towards that. And I can assure you that we are succeeding, because just get to any of these facts, you'll see that the number of wildlife is growing. The future prospects of Uganda Wildlife Authority is really embedded in our vision, the leading conservation agency in the world. And what we have done to get there is to implement various activities. We have anti-poaching, we have activities against illegal wildlife trade, we have activities that help the communities appreciate the value of these protected areas. So we do community conservation, we do research and monitoring, and also we have to have infrastructure. So we do roads, we construct towns, quarters to ensure that we have staff and people comfortable to do work. And so the prospect is good. And as I mentioned, our wildlife has been growing. For example, the Uganda Corps, 30 years ago, we had about 40,000 in the country. Now have over 100,000.
That's great.
Elephants had dropped to 2,000. We have over 8,000. And the gorillas were like 300. We have now over 500 in the country, Uganda. So you can see the prospects. Our role is first and foremost to conserve the wildlife. And to do that, we do anti-poaching activities.
Yes.
We address illegal wildlife trade.
Yes.
But the other part is to engage the communities to also be able to conserve.
Yes.
And so we create awareness. And then we have a huge piece of work related to what we call the human-wildlife conflict, where the wildlife gets out of the park, damages people's resources, and we must find ways in which we try to intervene and reduce that conflict. And so we do human-wildlife conflict mitigation. And then we also do tourism. Because for us to raise money to be able to do the activities that we do, we need to find business. And so we sell gorilla permits. If you are getting into a park, we ask you to pay only 20,000 as a Ugandan, so that you are able to help us get the money that we plow back into conservation.
Tell us about tourism under Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Yes. Tourism under Uganda Wildlife Authority has a number of activities. Most people think that gorilla tourism is the biggest thing, but actually it is not. The reason gorilla tourism looks big is that it brings in big money.
Yes.
Because if you're a foreigner from outside of Uganda, you will pay $700 for 1 hour with the gorillas. But of course, when you are moving to the gorillas, there will be lots more in the video of the India that you will see. So that is assumed to be the biggest. But actually, the majority of visitors are visiting Queen Elizabeth and Action Falls.
True.
And there you can do game drives, there you can go on a boat
cruise.
On Kazinga Channel, Queen Elizabeth or River Nile, up to the Action Falls itself. You can do nature walks, you can do bird watching, in Kibale you can do chimp tracking, in Semliki you can go to the hot springs. So there are a variety of activities that we do that are part and parcel of the tourism that we sell as Uganda.
As Uganda Wildlife Authority, how have you managed to protect the 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves from poaching?
There are several ways. Let me go stage by stage. One, we have units within our institution. The first is the intelligence unit. The intelligence unit gathers information that can lead to knowing whether poachers are going in or not. So we have people who undertake intelligence. They are out there in the field. They are listening to potential poachers and they're able to tell us there is likely to be poaching in this location. So we try to stop the poachers from getting there before they do. Then we have a law enforcement unit. This one is the one that does the operation. For it, they are rangers, they are trained like soldiers. They go out there, they patrol the park, and if they find you, they arrest you, and you're taken to court. And then the third arm is investigation. If you are arrested, the one who arrested you will not be the one who will prepare your file in court. So we'll have investigation who then details what happened and prepares a file that is fit to go to court, and you can be prosecuted. And when they have finished the file, they hand it over to our prosecution unit, which is the fourth arm, which then works with the DPP, and you are brought before courts, either magistrate or judge, and your case is listened to, and the magistrate will decide whether you are guilty or not. So those four work together. Now, together with them is the community conservation arm. Because you see, we should not be just arresting. We should be providing information to the people so that the people are aware that it is wrong and illegal to go to a national park and start hunting. So the community conservation arm undertakes regular sensitization of the communities and brings out the value of conservation and the environment, and tries to help the people stop the illegal activities. So that is how we work to stop poaching in the national parks and reserves.
What does traditional savanna safaris mean to Uganda Wildlife Authority?
The traditional savanna parks are like Lake Mburo, as you go to Barara, like Queen Elizabeth, Maction Falls, and Depot. At the same time, we have Piano Wildlife Reserve, we have Torso Wildlife Reserve, and we have Manteliko and Bokora Wildlife Reserves. Those traditional ones are the ones where you find lots of wildlife, because most of the animals are grazers or browsers. They need small shrubs, and because of that, they need the savanna where you find mainly grassland and some shrubs, where they can easily run if they are attacked by a predator like a lion, and so that's where we have the big numbers. And those are also the places we can allow in big numbers of tourists, because the impacts are less. You're not going to walk around, you'll be moving in a car. And so they are very important. At the moment, well, before COVID, Maction Falls was bringing the biggest number of visitors, followed by Queen Elizabeth. And so you see that already we'll be getting a lot of money that we then plow back into conservation from those two national parks, because they are the ones bringing the biggest number of people.
Why is it that during COVID, most Ugandans have gotten a chance to explore more of the sites in Uganda?
Yes, and there are two reasons. One, the Ugandans who had their money previously, unfortunately, preferred to travel out of the country. They needed to jump into a plane to go to Mombasa and go to Dubai and South Africa.
That's true.
And when you look at those, Uganda has better things to see than any of those places. But anyway, where I grew up, I was told that if you have not traveled, you think it is your mother who is best. I think they assumed that was very literal, and so they wanted to go and see the other places. But you need to know how your mother cooks first. So they needed to visit Uganda. So because of COVID, many could not travel. So they had an opportunity to move around Uganda. Actually, we've got quite a good number of Ugandans visiting our national parks, more than we actually anticipated. The other aspect is the misconception that to visit a national park is expensive. And I just told you earlier that entry into Maction Falls is 20,000 shillings. The challenge you will have is how do I get there? And now we have buses here at Uganda Wildlife Authority. If you organize yourselves and you do number, we can drive you there. And so you only pay 20,000 to get there. And the other misconception is that if I go, I must live in a lodge that charges in dollars. Now, the lodges have also learned now that they need to allow people to pay based on their resources, and they have most of the lodges in our parks now have a rate for Ugandans, which is different from the rate for foreigners. But also there are lots of other places outside of the parks where you can sleep and still be able to reach the park early in the morning.
Yes.
Do your game drive, sit on a boat, do a launch trip, see all the wildlife you want to see, and enjoy yourself in a national park.
Okay, Mr. Mwanda, what is your role in the environmental protection?
Our role in environmental protection is that we have 10 national parks, we have 12 wildlife reserves. Their total area is about 20,000 square kilometers. That 20,000 square kilometers is part and parcel of Uganda. It is part of the environment.
Yes.
As I mentioned earlier, it is 10% of the land cover of Uganda. Now, if it is 10% of the land cover of Uganda, if we mismanage it, for example, by clearing the forests, where there are forests, like Kibale National Park, or Rwenzori, or Mount Elgon, if we clear it, we will be destroying the environment. But we are protecting those forests. We are protecting the grasslands. We are protecting the wetlands that are within our area. And that protection, therefore, is a protection of the environment. Then, as we work with the communities, we also are creating awareness generally about the environment. Some of our projects are tree planting projects, which are part and parcel of the environmental protection. So that is our role as Uganda Wildlife Authority, to protect that is under our mandate.
Yes.
And also to encourage the communities neighboring our protected areas to actually protect the environment.
What is your economical contribution to that treasury?
That is a difficult one. Let me tell you why it is difficult.
Yes.
When a tourist comes into a park like Queen Elizabeth, he will pay entrance fees, which you pay taxes for. You will pay for a boat ride. You will go on a game ride. So that is money which we pay taxes for. But more importantly, that many people miss is the fact that this tourist, when he's coming saying, I'm going to Queen Elizabeth, he's landing at Entebbe. Okay, if he's a foreigner, he's landing at
Entebbe.
There are landing fees for that aircraft, even if it's not Uganda. He's going to get a taxi to take him to a hotel. That taxi is by fuel. The man is employed, who's driving. And so there is money there coming into the country because of that tourist. He's going to sleep in Serena, for example, and he's paying money there. And there are jobs, there are taxes going into the treasury. And then you get another vehicle that takes him to Queen Elizabeth. That is fuel. Along the way, you will stop at the equator and buy a souvenir. Somebody made it, is getting an income.
Yes.
You will stop in Marara and have lunch. Somebody is paid to cook that lunch. And somebody has grown that much of this man is eating. And so it's a big chain of benefits. So when you ask me how much I'm contributing to the treasury, normally we miss the rest of the money, which is actually much bigger than what Uwa is contributing. Now, before COVID, our budget was 129 billion in 2018-19 financial year. 129 billion. So that money is ideally the money that you can say goes to the treasury. The trouble is, the treasury should be paying me to do my job, but it does not. What our government did in the law was to say, when you collect money, keep it and use it at source. So So the 129 billion is the part for Uwa, but it's much, much broader than that.
Okay. We understand as Uganda Wildlife Authority the challenges that you face before COVID and during COVID. Can you share those challenges with us?
The COVID challenges are really limited to money, resources, because we were, as I said, our budget was 129. This last financial year that ended in June, we made just about 20 billion. Now, that is less than a fifth of the budget we need. So we have limited funds, we can't do most of the things that we would have needed to do. What we've done is to focus on two things: stop the poaching, and reduce the community, the human wildlife conflicts. That's what we are focusing on. Then the other problems that we face generally is we have the human wildlife conflicts, which is a big problem. We have the poaching, it remains a problem. We have people who want to approach, to get into the park and grow bananas and other things. Those are a problem. We have disasters. We've had floods and landslides in some of our national parks, and fires in others. We probably had the one on Queen Elizabeth that ended up in a lodge and burning down a lodge. And so fires are a problem. So we have fight, and then we don't have enough